Getting murdered every day. All right, I am back, y'all. Just wait for y'all to come in. Hope you can hear me well. Murdered every day. Oh man, I didn't know y'all picked up. They picked up on my signal. Let me pause that. All right, so I'm just waiting for y'all to come in. I am live. Hey, Moonlight Jordan. Hey, Oro. Oro. I'm about to look at that video while I'm on this live stream that you sent me about Jaguar Wright. I'm like, hold up, what's this about? All right, hold on. Hey, Tyrell. Hey, Mocha Lady. Hey, Willow. So we got the first two diggable planets up in the house, Oro, Queen Dara D. I was just thinking, you know how y'all, as a diggable planets, y'all have access to special stickers and like emojis. So we're going to get into a segment tonight where I want y'all to utilize those special emojis. But later for that, I want to look at this video that Oro sent me about Jaguar Wright. He was there. Oh, that's what's his face? I used to subscribe to him, Sean Davy Way, but he kind of started to get on my nerves. Thank you, Temperance Cole Tarot, for your super chat. Hey, Ramon. Yes, you made it. All right, Ramon. This is about Ramon. This is for actually, let me listen to that in a minute. But since Ramon is in here, Ramon is the one that sponsored this video. So he has Mars in Scorpio. And for some of y'all that got Mars in Scorpio, if you know somebody that got Mars in Scorpio, this is a video for you. And it's for everybody, you know, to just get some knowledge on Mars in Scorpio. So I'm actually excited because Mars in Scorpio is very interesting. Very interesting. Let me see what this. Oh, he's already what? He's live right now. And then she hung out with them. And then it says Jaguar Wright gets arrested live. Her husband fought Solar because of affair. I knew her husband was a lot of trouble. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to go back into her chart. I can't do it tonight though, because I don't have time. Staying with them, like I said, what's he saying? Every time you see him drinking a drink, eating something. Hey Siobhan, we got another diggable planet in the house. Like I was telling Queen Dara D and Oro. Hey Dr. Kim, we got another diggable planet. I'm gonna have to listen to this later, but basically, this is some hot tea right now. Jaguar Wright has been arrested, and I don't mean to. I'm not trying to rejoice over no one's, hardships, but she was just a train wreck waiting to happen. I mean, are we surprised that this is happening? So, yeah. Connect, another diggable planet. So diggable planets, I was saying that you guys have access to special emojis. I don't know how you access them, but one of y'all could tell the others how to do it. But there'll be a point in this live stream where I want y'all to use the special emojis. So we'll get to that a little later on. But yeah, we got Ramon in the house, and Ramon sponsored this live stream about Mars and Scorpio. So we're gonna get deep into Mars and Scorpio. And well, before we do that, I gotta do a one card reading. No, it's more than a one card because she donated more than $5. So I missed doing a reading for Renee last night. She sent me a Cash App right as I was logging off. So Renee, I don't know if you came into the chat yet, but this is for you. If you're not here yet, you could catch this on the replay. So basically, hey, Justin. Just in case I don't make it home tonight. All right. So Renee wanted to know, she said, I just started dating an older Cappy. What is the outcome? Well, how very fitting for Capricorn season. And of course, he has to be older, being he's a Capricorn. All right, so let's see. What's the outcome of this situation? Yes, y'all cool like that. I got my new nails on. I should show you. Well, I didn't take a pic. Did I take a picture of them yet? I should take a picture real quick and show y'all my new nails. But it's an Asian theme for the Lunar New Year that's coming up. My only thing is I didn't have rabbits. I mean, I could have drew a rabbit, but I didn't have time for all that. But I might do another nail astrology video where I'm showing you my Asian inspired nails. And this is going to be the year of the rabbit coming up. So let's see. So situation, I'm doing a 4-card reading for you, Renee. Situation is the 2 of Cups. And that's basically you meeting this new Cappy and y'all hitting it off and y'all, you know, doing a little cupcaking. And I look at that 2 of Cups, that's the cupcake card. That's the card where, you know, y'all spending some time together, y'all. Oh, and that's my year, the year of the rabbit. Y'all, you know, really getting acquainted. The challenge is the Queen of Wands. So there might come a time, and this is so Capricorn, there might come a time where you feel like you're not getting enough attention from him. So that's one of the main challenges when the Queen of Wands is in the challenge position. You may not really feel like you're his woman if the 2 of you really start to hit it off to the point where y'all get into an actual relationship. Okay, so your advice is the 8 of Pentacles, and that basically means work on building a strong connection with this guy and don't be impatient. Take your time, try to achieve a level of consistency or a degree of consistency. Make him take you out. Well, he should be taking you out anyway. If you got to make him, that's a red flag. So, because the 8 of Pentacles, that's like where y'all are like really building towards a solid relationship and where it's going to take some time, but where it's like y'all are dealing with each other on the regular, y'all get into a routine, y'all start to see a pattern taking place. So I like the 8 of Pentacles when it comes to like the beginning of a relationship. And then I got the 9 of Cups. So the 9 of Cups, you could look at one or two ways, and it really deals with the cards that are next to that 9 of Cups. So on one hand, you might decide that, okay, I'm pretty much okay with this. I don't really need to go further. I like him, but I really don't, it could deal with where I really don't need what he's giving me because I already have it. Or you could basically say, you know, basically my wish has come true, but a lot of times that 9 of Cups isn't very much about wishes come true. It's more about wishful thinking. So actually, I'm going to pull another card that comes after that. That's why, again, when I was looking at that 9 of Cups, I was like, I looked at it more like, well, I'm good. He really can't give me nothing that I don't already have. And you might start to feel like you've had enough, because the 9 of Cups can mean you've had enough. So what comes after that is the 8 of Cups. And that 8 of Cups is basically like, you're done. So I don't mean to laugh. And this could take a while. I'm thinking it'll probably be by next year, you'll be ready to, you know, say goodbye. I hope that helps. I'll just say, don't like have him moving in or you moving in with him and all that type of stuff. Because you're going to be moving out shortly thereafter. It ain't that type of relationship. All right, let me see. I got a super chat from Reflection and Progression. Thank you so much. You said, what do you see for me and Edward romantically? You know, Edward is like a guy that he always shows up when you need him. You know what I'm saying? Like the kind of guy that's straight up and down. Really no nonsense. Can be fun, but not too much fun. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes those guys that are too much fun, they can't be serious when it comes down to it. So let's see about y'all romantically. It don't look good because it's funny because the previous reading, the Queen of Wands was in the challenge position. And your reading, the Queen of Wands is in the challenge position. So like I told Renee, it could be where you feel like you're not getting enough attention from him. You don't feel like the special lady in his life. I got the 4 of Cups after that. That could deal with where you ain't feeling it. You ain't feeling him, even though, you know, he's trying to make good on him basically slacking beforehand. And then after that, I got the High Priestess, which is basically you not even wanting to have sex with him even. Doesn't really look good romantically for you and Edward. You and Squidward. Thank you, Temperance Cold Tarot, for your super chat. You said, hey, I have a question. What is the outcome between me and Juan? I need an honest I need an honest answer from you, Rob. Por favor, gracias. You know I'm gonna give you an honest answer. First of all, as soon as I read Juan, I was like, I'm not feeling it. Let me stop. Okay, let me clear my head and be serious. I'm just in a goofy mood tonight. Mars is direct in Gemini. You said like a Hansel Squidward from SpongeBob. Okay, you and Juan. How long have you been dealing with this Juan? Guantanamera. Guajira, Guantanamera. Guantanamera. Guajira, Guantanamera. It's going to be hard getting rid of him. He locked on to you. So even if times you feel like, you know, he's not being that sensitive man, or you're not getting everything you need, I don't see him really going anywhere. I see you more so getting to a point where you really start to wonder, okay, should I continue on with this? I'm not really satisfied with what I'm getting from him. And then eventually I see you really putting some distance between you and him, because I got the 8 of Pentacles, which is basically, well, I didn't tell you about the 4 of Pentacles. That's why I was saying he ain't going nowhere. 4 of Pentacles. And it's the 8 of Pentacles. That could be him trying to, you know, patch things up with you and where things are ongoing. But then after that, I got the 7 of Pentacles, and that's you having doubts. And then from there, I got the 2 of Swords, and that's basically where you're just keeping your distance, or where you're turning your feelings off. You're locking up your heart. Throw away the key. I'm locking up my heart. Yes, Sailor Cruz. Hey, Derek. Thank you for your super chat. You said, how do you counter and control Neptune energy? Well, you really can't. You just got to work with it. You said, I have Sun trine Neptune. Well, that's a beautiful aspect. You're welcome, Temperance Cold Tarot. That Sun trine Neptune is beautiful. Venus trine Neptune, that's even more beautiful. And Neptune trine Ascendant, those are beautiful aspects. But sometimes they can make it things too beautiful, or where you're wearing those rose-tinted glasses and you're not really seeing things for what they really are. You're not working hard towards something that could get you to the next level or whatever like that. Yeah, there it is right there. You said I fantasize and daydream too much. So yeah, and it's like things will work out in your favor a lot of times without you having to put forth much effort. But the problem is you have to really put forth more effort if you're trying to get certain places in life, because those trines can make you complacent. And it can even make you settle for less in some situations, because again, while you're settling for less, you can rest on your fantasies and just be in fantasy mode all the time. So the best way to combat Neptune, even positive Neptune aspects, is to hold yourself accountable through doing things like having checklists, being consistent with like your schedule, having like a reward system, and also where you're not allowing yourself certain pleasures if you haven't gotten certain work done or accomplished certain objectives. Just like how, you know, we tend to be more on our square when we are at work because we got somebody over us, you know, monitoring and making sure that, you know, the job is getting done. But when nobody's looking, you know, when you're at home, it's so easy to just slack off. I think a lot of us have that problem. So you got to really just be more structured with your life. And if you want certain things, you have to really do it in a piecemeal way too, because that Neptune energy can make you have these visions, these beautiful visions, but it can make it hard to carry them out in a step-by-step manner. But I hope that helps. But yeah, you basically are protected with those trines involving Neptune. And you have, you know, the spirit world on your side for the most part. You could say, you know, you got some spirit guys looking out for you, some angels. Definitely need to get into like working with certain angels. Bree Slade TV, thank you so much for your Cash App. You said, will my ex and I work out our differences and get back together? Okay. Maybe we can try again. Won't you say it to me, baby? Let's start something new. What will we see? Some people can hold it together. Some people can love one another for life. How about us? I got the 4 of Cups, and that's, I don't see y'all working out your differences and getting back together, because one or the both of y'all really don't want to see things from each other's perspective. Hey, Johnny, how you doing? I've been thinking about you all week because I know I got to, you know, get on that class thing for you, but I got you. Hey, sorry. Thank you for your Cash App, Johnny. Hey, Zaria. Thank you for your Cash App. You said, does everything you said previously apply to also Neptune square midheaven? Well, with Neptune square midheaven, you really got to be on your square, because now you're dealing with conflict involving whether it's your responsibilities or your career or the outside world. Like with Neptune square in your midheaven, there might be times when you really don't want to deal with the outside world, but a lot of times we do. There might be missed opportunities with that Neptune square midheaven. There might be issues with your mother as well, and even your father. So with that, you always, number one, have to make sure you're not being used as a doormat, or you're not making these empty sacrifices, or you're playing the role of the martyr. Because you might find that when you play the role of the martyr, you lose out, or it's basically nobody's appreciating it, or when you're making these sacrifices and all that type of stuff. So the main thing is to also just be more so realistic about what you can achieve, because you might have certain ambitions that are more idealistic than realistic. You might deal with quite a bit of disappointment in life, and just realize that life is basically to be lived more so in the moment. Even though you might have these visions and dreams for the future, the more you live in the moment, the better. All right, so people are kind of taking their time coming in here. Let me go back to this Jaguar Wright thing. I'm gonna have to go to another video, because this Sean Davey way, he could be long-winded and he could just be going on and on. So Storm Monroe is live too, and he's talking about Jaguar Wright lay hands and feet on husband at the what? Oh shoot, they do got it live. Wait a minute, let me see if I can play this. Let me see if I can find a video that's not going to be copyrighted. Oh, and I got to change the thumbnail, monetize this video. Hold on. All right, hopefully I can play it. Okay. Got it. All right, let me pull up my live stream.
She came up here and assaulted me while I was at a fucking barbershop. Her and fucking goddamn me Solar.
Is that Caillou?
Came to the barbershop where I was sitting there resting in peace after the fucking cops was called on me. Fucking bruised me and fucking assaulted me. Come up here acting a fucking fool. Throwing Giovanni's ashes out the car, calling niggas bitches and hoes. Come up here acting a fucking donkey. Didn't fucking leave. And somebody else called the cops on her. Somebody else called the cops on her. I can't calm her down. I can't calm her down. They came up here and assaulted me. Her and motherfucking me Solar came up here and assaulted me at the motherfucking barbershop. I never called the laws on my wife. She did this to herself. Hanging out with that motherfucker nigga in the back of that motherfucking car. Solar. Fucking motherfucking sex cultists. Talking about I love you, I love you. They fucking drinking and everything. They both fucking drunk as fuck. Fucking doing fucking lives and shit with motherfucking King Payne. Talking about me, I put guns and shit out. I didn't put no gun on her. She didn't tell y'all the truth. She grabbed that motherfucker and said she should shoot me in the motherfucking head. She get the shit over with. Because I ain't worth shit to her. I ain't worth shit to her, huh? No value, huh? And you do me like this? Right with that motherfucker? Got you involved in this shit? What the fuck, bro? You tripping. Now both y'all niggas locked up, you beating yourself up in the goddamn cop car. Now you leaving. What the fuck, babe? Y'all pray for her. Please pray for her. Please pray for her. Please pray for her. Pray for us. Told that nigga Solar bad. Sean David, where you right, my nigga? Nigga's terrible, bro. I pay for niggas' clothes, food, everything, my nigga. Everything. Everything, y'all. Everything, y'all. I pay for everything, y'all. Yeah, my lips white. Adrenaline rushing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck to say, my nigga. I don't know why she did this shit, bro. I came up here to chill. I came up here to get a peace of mind, to get away from that shit from what happened to me last night. I could have died last night. The cops thought I had a gun in my hand. Another cop had to tell everybody it's his fucking phone. Stand down. What the fuck? Pull me, my stepson, out the motherfucking house. Go in the fucking house with fucking guns, nigga. How the fuck these people get our fucking address since it's such anonymous? Come on, man. Right after you get off the phone with King Payne doing the interview, laughing and joking, eating Velvet Taco with this nigga who's supposed to be married to Velvet from Carbon Nation, Carbon Island shit. Yeah, this is what Carbon Island get you, motherfuckers. Yeah, somebody send this shit to King World.
Please make it stop.
2020. I'm done. What marriage?
Hey, so I'm just getting trespass on him. Go up there and tell you now. You heard me?
I got you. Trespass on her. Got you. Can't come up here ever.
Okay. Wow. I can't wait to see what she got to say about this. She's probably, maybe she's out of jail already. Because, you know, it's probably not enough where she had to post a lot of bail or whatever. But damn. And I could barely follow the story. So basically it sounded like Jaguar Wright went up to the barbershop to confront him and beat him up. But she had this chick named Solar with her, which is some type of spiritual guru or something. Is that what he was saying? Right? Right, Connect? Why is he online with it? Connect said, you know your wife needs help. Why exploit her for clout? SMH. Yeah, exactly. That's all these people know how to do is just air their dirty laundry on social media now. Like, this shit is crazy. But yeah. But we're going to get right into this Scorpio, Mars and Scorpio live stream. And you know, we were talking about Mars and Scorpio character last night, Marilyn Manson. So this fight fits right into it. All right, so I'm about to share my screen. Oh, actually, let me see. Before I do that, Ramon, are you there? Are you still here? Let me take this out just in case. Put this. Ramon, you still in here? Well, I don't know. So, okay, good. So Ramon, I don't know if you want me to share everything you shared with me. So I do have like some of the things that, well, I have everything you wrote, but I'm not going to share your chart or share what you wrote unless you say I can. Like some of your experiences with Mars and Scorpio. I mean, I know the stuff like the near-death experiences, that's fine, but I don't know how much you want me to share further. But I'll read the first part. So this video was sponsored by Ramon. And Ramon wants to know, actually, let me share my screen. Why? What did you say? So you said yes. I don't know what you said. Okay, you said, okay, yes, you can. It's fine. All right, so let me add it back in there. All right, cool. Thank you. I wasn't sure. I just wanted to make sure. Oops. Hold on. Oops, I did it again. Or what if I just do like this? Yeah, there we are. Okay, we got it now. I got the power. All right, Mars and Scorpio. This song came on while I was preparing the slides for Mars and Scorpio. So I was like, let me just find an image of that video by Snap. But actually, I was listening to the original I Got the Power by Chill Rob G. A lot of people don't know about that one. But if you were a club head back in the early 90s, you would know about Chill Rob G's I Got the Power. That was the better one. But this group called Snap put out a song called I've Got the Power too. That was pretty dope as well, but not as dope as Chill Rob G's version. Siobhan said, I've had some interesting experiences with some Mars and Scorpio people. Well, you know what? With Mars and Scorpio, it's rarely a dull moment. So this video has been sponsored by Ramon. And Ramon wants to know, you said how having Mars and Scorpio affects my life in so many ways. Mars is in my 6th house, so in the work environment, I tend to attract a lot of lustful coworkers. Now that could be a good thing, but that could be a bad thing. Depends on who are the lustful ones. Hope they ain't all ugly. Now you said I've also had many near-death experiences, from being shot at, drowning, car crashes, and almost getting hit by cars. Damn. I was also molested when I was 11. Sorry about that. which caused me to have really bad trust issues with people, especially other men. I started to develop an unhealthy relationship with sex, and I looked at my sexuality as a trade-off. That's dealing with one of those squares in your chart, actually two of those squares. And I was just saying in my Patreon about with squares, there's always a trade-off. So it's interesting that you wrote trade-off. You said I'm a homosexual male, in case you couldn't tell, but with the help of therapy, I'm doing a lot better. All right. So before I get into your own Mars, Ramon, and the aspects that your Mars is forming to other planets in your chart, I'm going to talk about Mars and Scorpio in general. So Mars and Scorpio, what it's like. So Mars and Scorpio is very much like the Scorpio sun. So, you know, all the themes of Scorpio are going to apply to Mars and Scorpio, but these themes are activated with Mars. Mars is an activating planet. It's action oriented. And with that being said, the themes of Scorpio can be even more pronounced with Mars and Scorpio than Scorpio suns. And if you have Sun in Scorpio and Mars in Scorpio, then those Scorpio themes are going to be compounded, of course. Life can be even more intense, and the person could be more of an intense individual than a lot of Scorpio suns, because again, Mars is dealing with your actions, deals with, you know, your mode of operation. It deals with your direct experiences, especially with men. Mars in Scorpio has the ability to exercise more self-control than your typical Scorpio sun. Much focus is placed on self-evolution and transformation of one's identity, drives, and desires. So let me just go back to that previous bullet point. So again, Mars in Scorpio has the ability, doesn't mean it always will. So has the ability to exercise more self-control than your typical Scorpio sun individual. However, Mars in Scorpio can be potentially more destructive than the Scorpio sun alone. So I want to stress that too. Much focus is placed on self-evolution and transformation of one's identity, drives, and desires. So who you were 10 years ago could be very different than who you are now, or even 5 years ago could be very different than who you are now. Life can be full of meaningful, but also painful experiences. And again, like I said, with Mars and Scorpio, rarely is there a dull moment. Your presence is palpable if you have Mars and Scorpio, and dominant, whether you want it to be or not. So you're the type of person where, yeah, Mars and Scorpio can operate undercover, but your presence is also very much felt by others when you're around them. And that's dealing with the influence that Scorpio wields over others. So no, with Mars and Scorpio, you're an influential individual, whether you want to be or not. So Mars and Scorpio carries weighty responsibility because of that influence. You can either influence people in a positive way, or you can influence people in a negative way. The choice is yours. There is a strong desire to be a person of significance, influence, or prominence. Going back to significance, this is why it's so important for children who have strong Scorpio energy, whether it's the Scorpio sun, Mercury, Venus, or Mars, they need to be treated as a significant individual. If they're just, you know, kind of shuffled along or pushed to the side, or if they're not acknowledged in terms of who they are as an individual, then they will react in a negative way, and it might not be outwardly, or I'll say it will have a negative effect upon them. Another thing you don't want to do is lie to a Scorpio child, whether they got Sun in Scorpio or Mars in Scorpio, because a lot of times they're very perceptive and they can see when you're lying to them. And then they're going to lose respect for you real quick. Going out on a limb, living on the edge. For a lot of people with Mars and Scorpio, it's hard for them to just live a very calm and peaceful life. So some of them might do it in the physical sense where they might be, adrenaline junkies, or they might just be in a relationship where it's a bunch of ups and downs, or they might have a friend that's always in crisis. There's always some edge that they tend to be living on. Not all of them, but some of them, quite a few of them. Also, being on the verge, that's very Scorpio. So being on the verge of some type of change, evolution, transition. Again, it may often seem that you are in transition. You can attract haters and jealous people very easily when you have Mars and Scorpio, and it could happen when you're a child even. You might have saw like some adults giving you like the stank eye and like, throwing shade at you or whatever, and you didn't even do anything to bring that about, but it's that energy. Scorpio is about love or hate, and Scorpio evokes extreme feelings and reactions out of people, and sometimes they're positive, sometimes they're negative. For straight women and gay men, don't be surprised if you have to share your man with another or others, because monogamy tends to be a challenge when you have Mars and Scorpio, especially if you're a straight woman or a gay man, because Mars is representing the man that you attract. So with Mars and Scorpio, you really need to thoroughly vet any men that you are interested in, whether you got Mars and Scorpio, and especially if they got Mars and Scorpio. They got Mars and Scorpio, they might be hiding quite a bit about their life. The information might come out once you started to give this person your heart and all this type of stuff. They might have a criminal background. I mean, you just always got to thoroughly check out people if you have Mars and Scorpio, or if a person you're seeing has Mars and Scorpio. There may be times when it's necessary to operate undercover or even break a law. And the good thing about Scorpio is there's a good chance you'll get away with it if you're smart. Now, again, it might be because your back is up against the wall, or where there's some like policy that's really making it hard for you to survive or whatever like that. And you got to do what you got to do. And Scorpio is about backdoor methods. It's about underhanded activity. It's about operating undercover, operating under the radar. So sometimes you got to do what you do. Do what you got to do. And you know what they say, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs or breaking a few laws. I'm just saying. But again, Scorpio has that ability to sometimes get away with, I mean, look at P. Diddy. He don't have Mars and Scorpio, but he got a Scorpio sun, and he's gotten away with, you could even say murder. I mean, you know what I'm saying. You could end up being guilty by association, because when you got Mars and Scorpio, it's so easy to attract negative types of people. And again, your own man could be a criminal and you don't even know it. Next thing you know, you getting pulled over and there's an unregistered gun under your seat. And you didn't even know your man was holding a piece like that. You didn't even know that he had a warrant for his arrest. And next thing you know, you're facing a detective, being grilled, being interrogated and shit, talking about what you know. So again, you got to thoroughly check these people out, especially the men that are in your life. It's very easy to attract low down, dark sided, evil people. So you have to be very discriminating and keep your circle small. So I just recommend for all Mars and Scorpio people, keep your circle small. Scorpio is the sign of exclusivity. And with exclusivity, being exclusive, that means you ain't letting just anybody in your life. So you got to be like the VIP section of a nightclub. You ain't allowing anybody in, because if you allow anybody in, then it would no longer be the VIP section. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of Mars and Scorpios, they do want to have that status of a VIP. They do want that exclusivity. But in the same vein, being excluded could also be a manifestation of Mars and Scorpio as well, or feeling excluded. Now, you know, Scorpio rules demons, so I got to bring the demonic influences in there. And also with Mars and Scorpio is basically you have to come face to face with your personal demons at various times of your life. And they could come through people that you are associated with, someone that you're in love with, a family member, a friend, what have you. So, and a lot of times, Mars and Scorpio will be dealing with some inner turmoil at various times in their life as well. A lot of them will seek out therapy at various times in their life, or at least at one time in their life. People in your life going through major crises. So again, Scorpio rules crises, and it's very good for crisis management. So if you have Mars and Scorpio, you might be drawn to crisis management, but crises tend to follow you. So you could be doing everything right. You could be a very peaceful, loving person with Mars and Scorpio, but it could be people around you that are in crisis. It could be a friend that always got some issue. She could be in a domestic violence relationship with her husband. And, you know, it's making you have that turmoil inside again. So don't think that your life is going to be always peaceful and stuff when you got Mars and Scorpio. You know what? You're built for crisis situations. You're built for crisis management. So there will be times where you're going to be in the middle of a crisis situation and you're going to have to lend your support in some type of way. Scorpio is not meant to just kick back and just lay around and do nothing and just enjoy life. Because Scorpio is about that dark, hard, seedy side of life. And it's going to be experienced one way or another when you got Mars and Scorpio. It's just a given. But it makes you tougher. That whole saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, that's very Mars and Scorpio. Temptations. So again, Mars and Scorpio people could be facing temptations at various times in their life. Or if you are dating a man and you have Mars and Scorpio, or he has Mars and Scorpio, he probably will be facing temptations too. One of the biggest temptations for Mars and Scorpio is to cheat, to be unfaithful. So I always say Scorpio is a sign that always knows better. Scorpio knows right from wrong. And that's why those temptations are serious. So if you give in to your temptations, you can't be surprised when shit blows up in your face, when you're doing some shit that you know you're not supposed to be doing. Deaths. Death is a major theme for Scorpio, of course. So when you have Mars and Scorpio, that's very much about coming face to face with death. Facing death head on, staring it in the face. Death coming to pay you a visit in various forms. Ramon had a number of near-death experiences, which is very Mars and Scorpio. And again, Mars and Scorpio will have you living life on the edge, whether you want to or not at times. So never get too complacent when you have Mars and Scorpio, but that's another thing. A lot of times people with Mars and Scorpio, they rarely are complacent, and that could be a problem too. Periodic purging. So Scorpio rules purging, and when you got Mars and Scorpio, there'll be times where you need to purge things from your life, whether it's certain possessions, whether it's people, whether it's purging yourself of a job. So purging is necessary because it's like you gotta, it's like, you know how something will get a buildup of film? You know how they call it like soap scum? Or like just a waxy buildup or a buildup of grime and grease. That's how Scorpio can be. So, you know, you got to get that shit off of you every now and then. You got to scrape it off, or you got to purge that shit out of you. So periodic purging is good. And that way you're also contributing to someone else. Like if you're purging yourself of certain possessions, then you can be philanthropic, which is a Scorpio trait, a positive Scorpio trait, by giving some of what you have to others, something that you no longer need. Hey, Cell Pops, how you doing? Thank you. All right, let's see where we're at. Try not to give into resentment, because when you have Mars in Scorpio, you could be harboring resentment due to what has happened to you in the past, or even what's happening to you in the present. So try to not harbor resentment. And I got some nerve to talk because I'm very resentful when it comes to certain things. I got Moon and Ascendant square Pluto, which can make me rather resentful when it comes to certain things. So I got some nerve to talk, but I mean, I'm trying to take this advice too. Resentfulness can keep you in a state of, I don't want to say stagnation, but you can kind of say mental paralysis, especially when it comes to the thing that you're resentful about. So try not, and again, it's about that buildup. When you got resentment, it's like this buildup that gets caked all over you and you got to just chip it off. Grudges too, you know, when you got Mars and Scorpio, you might be holding grudges against people. Let it go. Life is too short to be holding grudges. Sometimes it feels good to hold a grudge. It really does. But then when you really think about it, you're like, what am I really holding on to? Because this person is going on and living their life. And then you tend to get even more, you know, in a tizzy when you see this person going on and enjoying their life and you still holding on to that grudge. Now, Mars and Scorpio people, they can be quite peculiar when it comes to their look, their face, their expressions. You'll see some of them making grimaces, screwing up their face, making a stank face. Some may not like to show all of their face, being photographed at an angle instead of straight on. I've noticed quite a few Mars and Scorpios prefer to be photographed at an angle instead of straight on. Some of them will have hair covering one eye. And all of this is about that air of mysterious, you know, being mysterious, that air of mystery. So sunglasses or tinted lenses, what have you. And again, these people are very much about not letting you fully in. And that's one of the ways that they do that, by the way they might wear their hair or the way they might pose for a picture. Only one eye being shown, what have you. Face either pulls people in or repels them. Either way, it's hard to resist looking at these people. So Mars and Scorpio people tend to be very intriguing, including their physical features, their facial features. Could even be their body too, because a lot of them like to lift weights. So their body could be very like pull you in. But their face, a lot of their faces are very intriguing and you can't help to look at them, even if they're ugly. So you might be like, you know how you look at an ugly person and sometimes you can't look away because you want to spend some time really studying the ugliness? That's like that Mars and Scorpio type of ugly, where you're like, damn, let me really put this under a microscope and see like all the features that's like really contributing to that ugliness. Now, again, you might be repelled, but it's like you can't, it's like that accident where you can't look away. You see an accident on the side of the road and you just got to look. That's how that Mars and Scorpio is. Some people with Mars and Scorpio will go overdo it with the plastic surgery on their face. This is another one, not all of them, but quite a few people with Mars and Scorpio have heavy, thick, pronounced facial features. They have intense looks. Some of them have bulbous noses. And you'll see with some of the examples I'm going to be showing with the bulbous nose or like the heavy, thick lips or like just the strong features. And of course, quite a few of them have a dark look to them too, whether it's dark hair, dark eyes. But yeah, the best way I could put it is this heaviness to their face. And sometimes their head just looks like it weighs 20 pounds. Well, how much does the human head weigh? I'm not sure. But their heads look heavy as fuck. And again, their facial features are very like thick, or if they're not thick, they're very pronounced. If they're not very pronounced, they're just like, what's the best way to put it? Raunchy. Let me stop. But raunchy, that is a characteristic of Mars and Scorpio, though, that term raunchy. Now, for women and some men, significant changes in hairstyle. So a lot of Mars and Scorpio women, they'll change their hairstyle quite often. Sex and the genitals are major themes. So it could be in a good way, it could be in a bad way. Some of them go overboard with the focus on the genitals, but more than likely there'll be some focus on genitals, conversations about genitals. And yes, I've had conversations with Mars and Scorpio people about genitals, and I've had a ball, literally. That's one thing I like about Scorpios. Scorpios, they don't mind talking dirty and about that type, the sex and all that stuff. And, sometimes I can have a dirty mind too. So, and I'm all about like hearing all the like nasty details and stuff. So because I got a Scorpio midheaven with my North Node in Scorpio in the 10th house, I done heard it all from my clients. And I be hearing all the salacious stuff and all the deep, people have no problem telling me stuff. So I'd be like, oh yeah, what? Tell me more. I'm like, wait a minute, wait. I'm like, wait a minute, he did what? It'd be juicy as hell. Oh Lord. Oh my God, yeah. And I can't even, oh my God. Some of the stuff I've heard and seen has been outrageous. I remember one time, and not to go on a tangent, but this is dealing with sex, Scorpio. I remember one time, and actually this isn't funny, and I might have told some of y'all this, but I remember one time I did a free reading for someone, and I'm almost certain she was either a Scorpio sun or she had something in Scorpio. And after I did a reading, and it was about that guy, if y'all remember, it was the situation. And I can mention it because this is a free reading. It's still on my channel. It was the story about the woman. And y'all, if y'all remember, let me know, was she a Scorpio? Because I can't remember. But it was about the woman that was having sex with the dude, and then her son walked in. Do y'all remember that? And I forgot what her question was, but then it was something about, I said something about that guy being a sex demon or something like that. I remember something like that. And then next thing you know, I'm getting an email with like naked, like inappropriate pictures. So I think it was like a revenge porn thing. And I felt so bad. I was like, that is so messed up. And I did reach out to her and I was like, I don't know if you know, but this person CC'd me and a bunch of other people and attached a bunch of images. And I was like, oh yeah, the Kundalini one. Y'all see, y'all remember more than I do, because I forgot that I called it the Kundalini. Yeah, that shit. Thank you for your super chat, Brandon. I'll get to your question after I finish this Mars and Scorpio. But yeah, that shit was deep. I remember I did a reading for this chick. This is when I was doing readings on eBay. And then, eBay basically was like, you can't do readings on eBay no more. But hey, Regine. Yes, it was about the Kundalini rising. But I remember I did a reading for this chick. And this is way back when I was doing readings on eBay. And she was into BDSM. And she would go to this guy. He was like a professional body modification type of guy. And she had all these piercings in her back. And she had like these loops, these metal rings in the piercings. And the guy, he would string her up and she'd be hanging from these hooks. And she would be like in ecstasy. And she wondered if he had a thing for her, because she was like, when he stringed me up with them rings in my back, I'd be like orgasming and stuff, and I'd be getting all attracted to him and stuff. And I remember having to tell her, like, no, you misinterpreting the energy. I was like, he just doing his job, child. But yeah, I've heard it all, man, like some crazy ass shit. Now, I don't know if she had Mars and Scorpio, she could have. Willow said he has sunken cheeks and a prominent eyebrows, eyebrow prominence. He's secretive, has no boundaries, and has an obsession. So like I said, I purchased and trained with firearms, not here for it. Wait a minute, who are you talking about? Who had the sunken cheeks? That sounds scary. That sounds ghoulish. All right, back to what I was saying. So yeah, I got carried away. Once I read the sex part, you know me, I could go on and on. Your bathroom habits, when you got Mars and Scorpio, you know, you might gotta go right now. Or sometimes you'll have a hard time trying to go. Sometimes you might boo-boo on yourself, but that's true if you got heavy Scorpio energy, period. You could be a Scorpio sun, but a lot of times it'll be more so if you got Mars and Scorpio or Scorpio moon, Scorpio rising. Don't be surprised as an adult that you boo-boo on yourself at least once in your life. It happens. So yeah, and it could be where you're in a real messed up situation where you can't make it to home real quick or whatever. And it might, and again, when I'm talking about Mars and Scorpio, know that some of this could be projected upon the people that you know. So for instance, if you, let's say you're dating a man with Mars and Scorpio, and of course, I'm not talking about you, Ramon, but you know, you got some men with Mars and Scorpio, they nasty. So let's say you dated a man with Mars and Scorpio. Let's make it even worse. His Mars and Scorpio is in his 6th house, because that could deal with an issue with hygiene. And, you know, y'all get intimate, and next thing you know, you go up to get him a cup of juice. He gets up to take a shower, and there's a brown doo-doo stain on the bed because he don't wipe his ass right. So again, dealing with like fecal matter and stuff, that's on some Mars and Scorpio shit too. And again, Ramon, I'm not talking about you. I know you got that Mars and Scorpio in your 6th house. I'm not talking about you with the hygiene, but you could deal with a guy at some point that got some hygiene issues, and you might have to have a conversation. You might have to have that hard conversation with him. Like, look, your ass a little tart, or, you know, I'm tired of seeing the booty crumbs in the bed. So yeah, I mean, so Mars and Scorpio can get ugly. It could get stank. It could get funky. And especially, again, you got Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house. You do need to really check up on your man's hygiene. All right. So let's talk about the good side of Mars and Scorpio. Power. I mean, has any of y'all ever dealt with that with a man? Because, you know, that's more common. Amira said mud butt, as my cousin calls it. I heard that skid marks are more common than what we have come to believe. So has anybody ever experienced a man that left some skid marks, whether on his underwear or on your bed sheets? Dingleberries, exactly. Thankfully, I never dealt with a man that had that issue, and I have cohabitated with a couple of men before, and I had washed their underwear. Never have I saw skid marks, thank God. I don't even think I would have washed them. I would have just burnt them or threw them away. No, you don't want to burn that shit because the fumes will come up. But I think I would have just threw them away. And then I would have, I don't know if I would have been able to have a talk. So Lisa said, I have. Ellie said, hell no. The Vessel Virgin said, yes. Oh my God. The Vessel Virgin said he was a nasty MF. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Pew. All right. So on the good end, Mars and Scorpio builds power, strength, endurance, stamina, bravery, concentration, supportive. Patricia said, my mother has Scorpio in the 6th house. She would brag about pissing on my father. Oh, wow. Was that a sexual thing, or was she doing it as an insult? Ellie said, I would rub that shit on their face like you do a bad cat. Also, if you got Mars and Scorpio in the 6th, you could have a pet that's always pooping and peeing in the house and stuff like that. Or maybe there's some issue with their, poop track and all that type of stuff. So yeah. Or you could just have a very aggressive, evil ass pet, like a very aggressive dog. When you got Mars and Scorpio in the 6th, that could be like a guard dog, an attack dog. But you just got to be careful of like those bully breeds when you got Mars and Scorpio in the 6th, because that could be your ass. So supportive. Mars and Scorpio promotes prominence. So a lot of people with Mars and Scorpio are prominent individuals. Mars and Scorpio is the game changer. Mars and Scorpio people tend to be very involved in the lives of others, their friends, their family. They're the type that they're going to give it their all, give it 110%, goes over and beyond the call of duty, can remain calm in a crisis. Self-control is at the optimal level. Cheem said, I had Mars and Scorpio, chicks pissed in my car twice when she was drunk, never again. Oh, wow. Oh, you had a Mars and Scorpio. Oh, because I was about to say, you're Mars and your Scorpio. You said you had a Mars and Scorpio chick piss in your car twice when she was drunk. See what I mean? Some of them are messy as hell. Hell yeah, Cujo, Adrian. That's exactly what that Mars and Scorpio will do when it's in the 6th house. Cujo for real. Self-control. Oh, that reminds me. I'm not even going to speak on it. But that reminds me, again, remember I said I done heard it all in terms of my clients. And there's this one story I wish I could tell y'all, but I can't. Damn. But it was dealing with Scorpio in the 6th. And it was nasty. And honestly, some people that got Scorpio in the 6th, they could be into bestiality. That, of course, that's to the extreme. But if they got, especially Mars and Scorpio in the 6th, they could be into, you know, a little doggy backdoor action and stuff like that. Ew. But again, with Mars and Scorpio, it can get real nasty. Fortitude. And again, Ramon, I know I'm getting nasty with the Mars and Scorpio in the 6th. I'm not saying this applies to your life. But don't be surprised if you deal with a dark-sided dude at some point, he makes a joke about something gross like that. Fortitude. We're still on the good part of Mars and Scorpio. Fortitude, resourcefulness. We're going to do the good, the bad, the ugly. Fortitude, resourcefulness, resilient, thorough. Mars and Scorpio people are very thorough. Yes, bathroom humor. Let's say Mars and Scorpio is in the 9th house. That's the epitome of bathroom humor, lowbrow humor. Collaboration, synergy. So Mars and Scorpio is often looking for synergistic solutions. And, you know, Scorpio is a synergistic sign. Synergy, I love that word. Makes me think of Jim and the holograms. Remember, she had the earring and she'd be like, synergy. She had that star earring. Jim, truly outrageous, contagious. Jim is my name. No one else is the same. Jim is my name. That was the shit. Who used to watch Jim back in the day? See, I'm talking to my old heads right now. A lot of you young folks don't remember Jim. And then the rival rock group, they were called the Misfits, right? Jim, truly outrageous. Yes. Oh, Jim. Oh, yeah. I used to love the intro song too. Yes. Yes, wasn't Jim? Yes, Jim was life. All right. So a lot of Mars and Scorpio people are evolved people. You could even say evolved souls. They are very much about evolving, self-evolution, all that. Could put their life on the line to save someone else's. So again, these people are really good with working under high pressure, being in crisis situations, saving people's lives. Dogged determination. When these people are determined to do something, they don't give up. They keep on plotting ahead. They keep on forging ahead. Can't stop, won't stop. These are the ride or die people, but very much can't stop, won't stop. Rock it to the bang, to the boogie, say up jump the boogie to the rhythm, to the boogity beat. Now what you hear is not a test. All right, moving on. Positive transformations and turnarounds. And sometimes this can happen in a blink of an eye. Like 1 minute they're down, And then boom, something happened. Could even be they roll the dice at the casino. Boom, they got $10,000 or whatever. So positive transformations, turnarounds. This is why when you got Mars and Scorpio, you should never feel hopeless, because there's always a chance for things to turn around in your favor, especially because Mars and Scorpio tends to have people in their lives that will look out for them, that will support them. Also, Mars and Scorpio, and this is just true with dominant Scorpio energy, period, can quit bad habits like cold turkey, or can go cold turkey and just quit. They could be a total drugged out maniac and just go to church one day and say, I'm done. I'm quitting the crack. I'm putting down the meth pipe. I'm going to flush the rest of that powder down the toilet. I'm going to quit smoking cigarettes. I'm going to stop drinking. Is that P. Diddy's motto? Oh my God. I'm sorry, Queen Dart. see how infectious the Scorpio energy is? That's another trait of Mars and Scorpio. A lot of times their energy is infectious. Okay, so this is one of my favorite parts. This is about titles. Titles, I am. And you know, Mars is very much about titles and I am. So when you say, I am this, I am that, I am he, I am she, you know, pronouns even, that's Mars. So I am titles, that deals with your Mars. So whatever sign your Mars is in, also it deals with Mars in the houses, can deal with what your title is, who you are. So let's get it on. So Mars and Scorpio, I am the manager, the supervisor, the influencer, the coach, the personal trainer, the bodybuilder, the wrestler, the triathlete, the marathon runner. And what's so funny was I was watching this movie, it's from the 70s called The Marathon Man, while I was eating my meal today. And it's funny, I'm talking about marathons. See, again, Scorpio is so infectious. The CrossFit competitor, the yoga instructor. First of all, a lot of Scorpios love yoga because, you know, that enables them to get into those sexual positions with their ass all up in the air. What do they call that? Downward dog and all that type of stuff. They can have their legs spread open, act like they're just doing a yoga position and shit. They get to wear tight clothes and stuff. And some of them yoga rooms I heard be getting funky as hell because it'd be a lot of scorpionic funk up in there. So yeah, don't be surprised if your yoga instructor got Mars in Scorpio or Moon in Scorpio, because that Scorpio energy and yoga goes together like dick and pussy. You know, a lot of times when they doing those yoga moves, that's what they're thinking about, dick and pussy. They looking right in between the person's legs that's in front of them, because Scorpios is nasty as shit. You know, a lot of y'all with Mars and Scorpio, y'all can't help but to be looking at people's genitals when you got the opportunity. I'm just putting it out there. Y'all know y'all nasty like that. And that's a good way to hook up with people at the yoga. Also, Pilates instructor. You know, Pilates is similar to yoga. You can get in them positions and shit, ass all up in the air and shit, balls hanging. Telling you, a lot of them. Oh, which reminds me, I got to do a case study on this perverted yoga instructor. He was this Indian guy. I don't know if y'all know who I'm talking about, but it's real good. It's interesting. But yeah, there's some real perverted yoga instructors out there. And I'm sure this dude has some heavy Scorpio energy. The therapist. So when you got Mars and Scorpio, you could be the therapist, the psychologist or psychiatrist, the detective, the investigator, the philanthropist, the financial analyst or finance manager, the loan officer, the collections rep. You know, a lot of people hate when those collection people call you And, you know, to be a good collections rep, you got to be relentless. And that term relentless is very Scorpio. But Scorpio rules debt and collections. So the collections rep, accounts payable. Bacon Hair said, you said NGL, I used to go, oh, not gonna lie, I used to go to the yoga gym. That place smelled like balls and pussy. You see what I mean? All them Scorpios up in there, they love to be up in the gym. Palace said, what's up with men, Scorpios, and messed up eyes? I was going to talk about them eyes. Give me a minute with that. The auditor CPA, the IRS agent, the tax preparer, the insurance broker or agent, the actuarial analyst, the surgeon. I got a thing for surgeons. I love me a surgeon. And a lot of them aren't bad looking either. And a lot of them, they just got that swag and they're very smart. You know, you got doctors and you got surgeons. Of course, surgeons are doctors, but they're on some whole nother level shit. And it makes sense because Scorpio rules surgeons and surgery. But yeah, I love any type of profession where it really requires a lot of skill and stuff like that. I love my surgeon to death. I'm just like, wow. The phlebotomist. So, you know, Scorpio deals with injections. So if you're a nurse and you specialize in phlebotomy, you could have some strong Scorpio energy in your chart. You could have Mars in Scorpio. Hell, you could have Mars in Cancer in the 8th. Because the 8th house also applies because it's like Scorpio. Could be a Scorpio rising. The OBGYN, where you're always looking up the hoods of women, where you looking at the genitals and you delivering babies and stuff like that. The proctologist, where you're looking up somebody's anal tract, or where you cupping your hands around their scrotum and shit, and you looking for signs of penile cancer and stuff like that. No, that's the urologist. I forgot to put that in. The penis one is the urologist, right? The proctologist is the booty doctor, the one that's looking up your ass. But both of them apply to Mars and Scorpio. So we're talking about the medical profession. These professions, these titles are dealing with Scorpio. Mars and Scorpio people could be one of these. The pathologist. You know, pathology, the study of diseases and shit. The microbiologist. The virologist. The mortician. The funeral director. The grave digger. The coroner/medical examiner. The executioner. The exterminator. The explosives expert. The demolition man, the sewer system worker, water treatment plant worker, the garbage collector, the plumber, the mine worker, the deep sea diver, the excavator, the tattoo artist or piercer, the Botox or microneedling tech. All right, so let's get into the bad now that we've covered the titles, the professions. So Mars in Scorpio can be a dark negative influence. So it could be the person that has Mars in Scorpio, or if you have Mars in Scorpio, you could be surrounded by negative dark influences. It may not be all throughout your life, but it might be at various times in your life. Provocative. So, you know, provocative, it's not always a bad thing, but a lot of times when you hear that word provocative, it is more so on the negative end. But Mars and Scorpio could be very provocative, dangerous, devious, destructive, self-destructive, abuse, including sexual abuse. This is one of the saddest things about Mars and Scorpio. Because when you're a child and you have Mars and Scorpio, you're a magnet for sexual predators. it's like they can sniff out that Scorpio energy on the child. And that's one of the saddest things. So if you have a child that has Mars and Scorpio, you got to protect that child with your life. You have to really guard them. You have to be very selective of the people that you allow to be around them. And I'm even talking about their friends. You know, some kids are just naturally dark-sided, or a kid might be your child's friend and that kid has been abused, or the kid is showing your child inappropriate stuff on their phone and shit like that. So when you got a Mars and Scorpio child, you have to guard them with your life. You have to treat them like they are made of glass. Not in terms of where you don't allow them to do stuff, but when it comes to having people around them, even certain kids, and especially if the kids are older than them, because that kid might already be corrupted. Control freak. I agree, bacon hair. Homeschool is the best option. Control freak. So Mars and Scorpio can be rather controlling, and some of them can take it to the extreme and be control freaks, want to control everybody. That's why a lot of them are drawn to managerial positions, so that they can wield some type of control. Being manipulative, or they could be manipulated, being a Swengali, power hungry, ruthless. You can also add in relentless, like I said, fraudulent, cheaters, and keep all of these bad traits, even the good traits, in mind. So when I start to bring up the Mars and Scorpio celebrities, all of this will start to, you know, make sense. Obsessive compulsive. So Mars and Scorpio people, some of them, not all, could be obsessive compulsive, hypersexual, jealous, a hater, trying to tear people down or devalue them, rejection, use and discard. A lot of the men have this issue. If they have Mars and Scorpio, they might use up someone and discard them. Dependent. So that's a really bad thing for, if you got Mars and Scorpio and you're one of those dependent Mars and Scorpios, that's really bad. And you really need to overcome that. Because let's say you got Mars and Scorpio in the 4th house. You could be living with your parents for too long as an adult because you're dependent upon them. Or you could be living with somebody that's not even your family, but it could be because you don't have enough money to pay rent yourself. So you got to live with people. Always know that Scorpio deals with other people. So for instance, if you got Mars and Scorpio in the 4th house, you might have to share your home with other people, and they may not even be family. That could even be when you were a kid, you had to spend some time in a group home. It can even mean like if Mars and Scorpio's in the 4th, you grew up in a household where there was some predators right underneath your nose. Parasitic. Oh, indebtedness. That's another negative trait. So when you are dependent upon someone, a lot of times you end up becoming indebted to them. But the indebtedness can also just deal with where you're carrying a lot of debt and you're being sued left and right, judgments against you. You got to file for bankruptcy. Now, if you got Mars in the 2nd house in Scorpio, that could be going on where you are indebted to creditors. You're constantly being hounded. You got to file for bankruptcy, maybe even more than once when you got Mars and Scorpio in the 2nd house. And you might get robbed at some point as well. Your bank account might get hacked. Parasitic leech. So you could be a parasite or a leech if you got Mars and Scorpio, or you could attract some of those people in your life. Let's say you got Mars and Scorpio in the 7th house. You could be attracting a parasite or a leech as a partner. If it's in your 11th house, it could be a friend that's a parasite or a leech. Psychic vampire. So Mars and Scorpio people could be psychic vampires, or they could attract that into their life. Also, some Mars and Scorpio people like to play the devil's advocate, and because it's a lot of times they like to see people squirm, especially if somebody is showing like a high level of confidence. So they'll play the devil's advocate because they're trying to shake that person's confidence. That's why Leo squares Scorpio. Leo is confidence, and Scorpio will shake that confidence because it will play that devil's advocate role. And again, a lot of times Scorpio likes to see you squirm and likes to see that you're unsure of yourself. Because again, it's about power at the end of the day. And when you got Mars and Scorpio, know that there's always this exchange of power going on. And sometimes there's a severe imbalance with that exchange of power. So you always have to do these checks with yourself to make sure that you're not giving over too much of your power or that you're misusing your power on others. Because it can be very tempting to become manipulative because you have that natural ability to manipulate others when you got Mars and Scorpio. And sometimes it can be very tempting to do that. Another bad trait, becoming too consumed with a person, place, or thing. And then next thing you know, they're just going crazy over it. Hard to be satisfied with the self as is. So again, the whole needing to evolve, being on the verge of some type of transformation. Sometimes it can be because the person is just not satisfied with themselves as is, and they may never be satisfied with themselves because, you know, Mars and Scorpio or Scorpio in general is always about exceeding your threshold or trying to outdo yourself or go to that next level. And sometimes it's just hard to be complacent with the self. And then what's worse is sometimes the self-loathing takes over. So self-loathing can lead to self-destructiveness, and both of that is Mars and Scorpio. Being too focused on what other people are doing or how they affect you. I notice this is just true for people with dominant Scorpio energy in general. Mars and Scorpio is no exception. And this drives me crazy when people put too much focus on what other people are doing. I've seen this happen with people with Mars in the 8th house too, other 8th house placements. They're too focused on what other people are doing, too focused on how this person over here is affecting them. Even like wondering why they're like, if their ex is wearing the same type of underwear with their new girlfriend that they were wearing when they were in a relationship with them, like some crazy shit. And it'd be like, just worry about yourself. But a lot of times they can't because, again, Scorpio deals with other people. I got to take a swig of my vitamin water. Now, when you got Mars and Scorpio, your name could be dragged through the mud at some point. People really sullying your image or who you are. People basically trying to devalue you or downplay you or whatever. So that could happen from time to time as well. Corruption. Unfortunately, quite a few children with Mars and Scorpio will be corrupted from an early age. And it will come in the form of maybe some adults that are around them doing inappropriate things. It could be their peers. It could be their environment. So corruption is the big one. Now, you don't have to remain corrupt or you don't have to give in to the corruption. But for some people, it's really easy to do that. Or you can have a Mars and Scorpio person, they're corrupting others. Like, remember I told you about Marilyn Manson and he had Mercury square Mars? Matter of fact, Ramon, you got that same square that Marilyn Manson has. Same signs and everything. Mercury square Mars and Scorpio. And remember I was saying Marilyn Manson, he was corrupting the minds of his fans. And that's what that can do. Trying to remain mysterious or an enigma. You know, sometimes it's cute to play mysterious and all that stuff, but sometimes, you know, you need to just come clean and be more transparent. You ain't special. Actually, you are. If you got Mars and Scorpio, you are a little special. Now, Mars and Scorpio can be the hacker. Now, a lot of times when we hear the word hacker, we think of somebody that's really high tech, you know, some nerd that's in his room all day and he's cracked some code and he can hack into accounts. Yeah, that type of hacker. But I've known people that have heavy Scorpio energy, Mars and Scorpio included, that know how to hack into their girlfriend or boyfriend's email accounts or hack into their social media accounts and shit. I don't know how Scorpio is able to do that shit, but they just got it like that, where they are just natural hackers. They can crack passwords, codes, all types of shit. The stalker. So Mars and Scorpio can turn into a stalker once a relationship is over, or they might even stalk you while you're in a relationship with them. Or they might stalk a person that they're just, attracted to, got a crush on if they're really crazy. Or if you got Mars and Scorpio, let's say it's in the 7th house or the 8th house, you could be attracting a stalker. Mars and Scorpio is also the spy, the informant, the CIA agent. Now let's get into the ugly. Mars and Scorpio can manifest as murder, rape, torture, sexual taboos, demons, suicide, psychotic episodes, necromancy, bombs. Remember how I was saying last night, I was like, demons love bombs and explosives and shit. And again, I guess it's because of that destructiveness that comes with it. Toxic waste. Toxic waste is deadly. And so is nuclear fallout. And both of that falls under Scorpio. If you have Mars or somebody that has Mars and Scorpio, they might work with toxic waste. It might be their job to clear out the toxic waste. Got Mars and Scorpio, you might be affected by some nuclear fallout. Next thing you know, you having a child with genetic defects. Scorpio rules genetics. If you got Mars and Scorpio in the 5th house, there could be a child that you have that has a genetic condition. Evil scientists. So geneticists, microbiologists, virologists, very Mars and Scorpio. Eugenics, very Mars and Scorpio. The terrorist. All right, Ramon, hope you are still here. Hope you're still awake, because now we're going to talk about your Mars in particular. So you said you have Mars in the 6th house. And it's at the 14th degree of Scorpio. And that 14 can produce challenges with moving beyond your current situation, number one. It can produce challenges with moving in the physical sense. So when you say you got into a car accident, you've been shot at and stuff like that, even walking could be a challenge at some point. Could even be because you're just walking down the wrong street one day and next thing you know, a hail of bullets come after you. Mars and Scorpio in the, one more thing about the 14th degree. 14th degree can result in being lucky in terms of gambling, investments, and games of chance. So always remember that. So you could get substantial gains, especially because we're talking about the 14th degree of Scorpio, but what is gained could be lost. You always got to keep that in mind when you're dealing with 14th degree. Education will be a major theme. Communication, learning will be a major theme. Teaching, training, major themes with that 14th degree. When Mars is in Scorpio in the 6th house, you could be engaging in labor-intensive work at various times of your life, work that requires a high degree of concentration, could even work in a dangerous environment at some point. Where it's like you might work with hazardous materials, or you might work in one of those jobs where they got all the OSHA signs up and stuff. Making a difference through your work. So with your Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house, you need jobs where you feel like you're making a difference. If you're doing work where it seems like you're not making a difference, where it really doesn't matter if you show up, you're not going to be fulfilled. Being a manager or supervisor. Good for working in security, being a security guard. Support. Haters or jealous people in the workplace. Lustful coworkers. So remember you mentioned your lustful coworkers. That's that Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house. But when you got Mars and Scorpio in the 6th, and especially in your case with it square Mercury and Uranus, don't shit where you eat. Now that's a common saying. And for you young folks, you may not know what that means, but that basically means try not to get into a sexual relationship with a coworker because it could get messy. And next thing you know, it's all out in the workplace and now it's just a scandal. You might lose your job over it. So don't shit where you eat. Sexual health is a major theme in your life with Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house. There's a high chance of contracting STDs, so you got to be careful. High chance of contracting infections. Health disorder of the genitals, rectum, anus. You could experience incontinence at some point, but that might happen when you're much older, like you might be 75 and, wearing a diaper. Diarrhea, loose stools, constipation could be major themes in your life. Also vomiting as well. So you might, actually, I remember I did a reading for somebody that had chronic vomiting issues. I was like, look at that. And she definitely had some strong Scorpio energy in her chart. But fitness is a major theme. So you always need to stay active and try to remain physically fit when you got Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house. Lifting weights is very Mars and Scorpio in the 6th. Running is very Mars and Scorpio in the 6th. Help could come with ulterior motives or indebtedness. So, some people might be offering unsolicited help, but you got to really be careful about that because there could be a catch involved or even helping someone out. They could become a parasite. Mental health, especially OCD and psychosis, Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house. Again, you got to always be careful. You got to take care of your mental health. Find ways to relieve stress because stress can really build up when you got Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house. Now, your Mars is ruling your 6th house through Scorpio. So Scorpio starts in your 6th house, but then it's ruling your 7th house. And then also your 12th house, because you got Aries on the 12th house cusp. And that 12th house theme, that's representing the near drowning incident. Especially when you take that Mars square Mercury into account. Oh, and that's one of the things I forgot to write. Ramon, you got Venus trine Mars. Let me know if a lifeguard saved your life. Did a lifeguard save you from drowning? Because that Venus trine Mars could very well be a lifeguard with that Mars being in the 6th house and Venus being in Pisces. Now you got Mercury square Mars. This is dealing with the car crashes and where you were almost getting hit by cars. Conflicts with siblings, relatives, and neighbors could happen. Could live in a high crime environment. Being shot at. And you were born in Chicago. So I don't know if you grew up in Chicago, but that makes a lot of sense if you did because of the high crime environment that this aspect can represent. Being shot at, beware of dogs. Remember I mentioned that Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house, that could be an attack dog. It could be a Cujo type of dog like Adrian mentioned or somebody mentioned. So just be careful around unfamiliar dogs. And maybe even a raccoon too, because raccoons, like, I'm scared of raccoons. I remember one time when I was living in Philly, I was just chilling on my porch outside and a raccoon had the nerve to climb up the steps and he was rooting around my porch. I was terrified and I just quietly backed my way up into the house when he turned his head. Ramon said, yes, he did for the first time, but the second, my preacher who I was at camp for church. Wait a minute. Wait, let's see what you said before that. Hi, Skyride. Okay, so you said somebody must have asked you a question, or did I ask you? Oh, you're saying for church. Oh, you said I didn't grow up in Chicago. I was just born there. Okay. So did you hear my question about did a lifeguard save you? Trying to see if you said anything else. But you said something about a preacher, and you do have that ninth house south node. Raccoons are kind of cute, but I don't trust them. And a lot of them got rabies, I heard. Yes, he did for the first time, but the second my preacher, who I was at camp for at church. So with Mercury square Mars, you could be easily roused, irritated, and anger, but you might keep it inside because you got Mars and Scorpio, because Mars and Scorpio can produce pent-up anger and aggression, but where you keep it inside, but there's always this chance you could explode. Mental breakdowns, psychotic episodes are possible, and that could be when you're really pushed to your limit. Being suspended or expelled from school, or where you could have just had some challenges with a certain school. Canceling, blocking, erasing. So throughout your life, you might find yourself blocking someone from contacting you, canceling people out of your life, erasing things that you did right. Random, dark, and vengeful thoughts. Sex could be too much on your mind. Okay, so Ramon said, yes, a lifeguard did when I almost drowned the first time. Okay, thanks for saying that, because, so you almost drowned 2 times? Because that Venus trine Mars in your chart, that's the lifeguard that saved your life. I almost drowned too one time. I think I was around like 7 or 8 years old, and a lifeguard saved my life too. I thought I was a goner. I really was. And I remember when I was slipping under and I couldn't find the floor of the pool because I was in the deep end, and I was trying to grab onto my friend, and she was like, get off me. And I remember I was like, I don't have no true friends. Right at that moment, I thought I was going. I thought I was just going to die. And next thing you know, it was like this woman, she was a dolphin, and she just swooped in and swooped me out of the water. But yeah, having them near drowning experiences, that shit is scary as hell. I know how to swim now, but yeah, shout out to the lifeguards, because nobody else was paying attention but that lifeguard. She was definitely on duty that day. And my oldest daughter, she became a lifeguard. She did that for like a year, I think, when she was living in Alabama. I was so proud of her when she passed a lifeguard test. All 3 of my children can swim. That's another thing. Swimming is a very important skill. It could save your life one day. I think everybody should learn how to swim. I can swim to save my life, but I'm not a good swimmer. I'll say that. But yeah, swimming is no joke. But my daughter, my oldest daughter, who's a Pisces rising, and she got Mercury in Pisces conjunct Saturn in her 12th house. She was a lifeguard at one point. And she got Chiron and Virgo in the 6th, which is perfect for that. Yeah. So again, sex could be too much on your mind. And you did mention that the sex thing can get out of hand with you. Obsessions. So you could be obsessed over things, and it could be hard to get your mind off of it. That is so true, Queen Dardy. Queen Dardy said the key is keep kicking your legs, not your arms. Leg muscles are stronger than your arm. Yeah, and especially like when you got to tread water, you just do this kicking. It's almost like you're riding a bike with your legs, and then you do the swooping action with your arms, but it's like your legs are moving over time under the water, and it's like you're pedaling, but you're really like just staying afloat. But they say, like, if you ever find yourself in the ocean, just float on your back. That part is scary to me. I don't know if I could do that, but they say lay on your back because it'll, you're more buoyant that way. The vessel version speaks to the Pisces better know how to swim. I know that's right. Palace said, my son is a Pisces rising and he swims very well. dealing with detractors and naysayers. So with that Mercury square Mars, again, that's like dealing with the devil's advocates, the detractors and naysayers, people that say stuff to try to shake your confidence or try to knock you off your square or try to derail you from your goals. This could derail you from your goals too, that Mercury square Mars and Scorpio, but you also got Uranus squaring Mars and Scorpio as well. So Mars and Scorpio square Uranus and Aquarius. So you got Mars squaring both Mercury and Uranus in Aquarius, and they're in your 10th house. So this could be the sudden death of a friend, being betrayed by a friend, challenges with friends in the workplace. And you did mention those lustful coworkers. So you might befriend somebody in the workplace, but then they want something more from you. And now they done made the friendship all awkward. A friend is a negative influence. Injuries to the ankles, lower leg. Ramon, have you ever injured your ankle or lower leg, like your shin or your calf? Let me know. Making abrupt changes, shocks, stuns, surprises. So this square could produce like some crazy, shocking situations, stuns, surprises. And a lot of times it is going to be like near-death situations because Mars is in Scorpio. Or where you're facing some type of threat, you're in danger. Being disruptive. Now, you may not be the one that's disruptive, but there could be disruption amongst groups of people, and you happen to be there when it happens. You are the type of person that would get caught up in a riot. Like you happen to be downtown right at the point where a riot just pops off, and now you're stuck there and you got to just try to maneuver your way out of it. You're the type of person that you always got to be aware of your surroundings too. And always pay attention to your instincts. And you know, with you being a Taurus rising, safety is so important. So Ramon said, I did sprain my ankle when I was 12. Okay. Now I'm trying to see. I didn't look at your whole chart, so I don't know if you have anything at the 12th degree. Wait a minute. I know your Mercury is at the 10th degree. And your Mars is at the 14th degree. Did anything significant happen when you were 14? Ramon? Scream it out and say, Ramon, Ramon, Ramon. All right. Encountering some of the worst of what the internet and society as a whole has to offer. So I'm sure you've seen some crazy shit on the internet with this square right here, but also Mercury and Aquarius squaring Mars too, because Aquarius rules the internet, Uranus rules the internet, and you don't even got to be looking for nothing, and that shit just comes and finds you. So just be careful. Put you at risk for all sorts of freak accidents. Basically, with this square, you can never just totally breathe a sigh of relief. The minute you become too secure or feel too secure, there could be some crazy shit that happens. Interruptions, separations. Could be a situation where you start working at a job a week before they start changing management and shit. And next thing you know, like the whole company changes and it just sucks from then on out. So you got your first boyfriend at 14. Okay. And with Mars being in the 6th house, where did you meet this guy? Did you meet him at school? Ellie said, I'm happy when I hear gay people say they dated in their teens because a lot of them didn't get a chance. Was that the first time you lost your virginity? Well, the first time, there's only one time, but was that the time you lost your virginity? Dr. Ken said, I'm a Pisces and can barely swim. I don't go into the ocean. It's dirty anyway here in LA. LA is so sad now. I can't believe they're just allowing that city to just be destroyed. I need to get myself a lymphatic massage. I keep on putting it off though. Now you got this lovely trine right here. So Ramon said, yes, I did. We were on the same bus together. Okay. Venus in Pisces, trine Mars in Scorpio. I love this trine. It's good for working behind the scenes in a managerial capacity. Oh, and I forgot to mention this part, so I'll mention it now. This is good for working in the field of mental health if you wanted to go that route. But also working in a science lab, so being like a lab tech or something like that. Earning money through working in the music, film, or fashion industries. Earning money through artistic collaborations. Receiving disability income. So there might come a point, I'm not trying to jinx you or anything, but there might come a time where you get injured and you end up, you actually with that Mars and Scorpio in the 6th house, you very well could get injured on the job at some point. So this trine could be disability income. The therapy sessions that promote healing. Ramon, what do you do for a living? Out-of-body experiences. Having, and remember I said this trine is the lifeguard that saved your life, and it could deal with other people that will save your life too, because this could deal with saviors that come into your life. Having that, but it can also deal with where you become a hero too yourself. Having the ideal man who is very compassionate, devoted, and sensitive. So this trine is beautiful because it tells me that at the end of the day, you probably will get into a really good relationship. So you're a psych and communications major, actually. Okay, so the psych, there it is. Like I said, working in the field of mental health. I already said Mars and Scorpio is a psychiatrist, psychologist, therapist. You could even be an occupational therapist with that Venus trine Mars and Scorpio. Basically any type of therapy. You could even be a massage therapy with that. So you're a medical assistant. That's what's up. Mars and Scorpio, 6th house, perfect for that. Out-of-body experiences, like I said, okay. But yeah, so you could very well get yourself the ideal man who is very compassionate, devoted, and sensitive. Successful cosmetic surgery. So I don't know if you're into that type of thing, but you know, age can be a bitch. I wasn't really down with cosmetic surgery until, you know, I put on a few pounds and, you know, I had that botched procedure. And once you get in your 40s, you start to be like, you know what? Cosmetic surgery ain't such a bad thing after all. So you could get some type of surgery at some point, or it could even be a medical procedure that either saves your life or that heals you in some way. Now you got Mars and Scorpio, trine Cancer, North Node. Good for earning money, flipping houses, home remodeling projects. Now, since you said you're studying psych, you might decide to become a marriage and family therapist with Mars and Scorpio, trine Cancer, North Node. But this is also good for home inspections, property management, if you didn't want to work in the medical field anymore. Now, in terms of men, you could get with a guy who's very domesticated, who will cook for you. I mean, who wouldn't want that? You know, a man that can cook and he's willing to cook for you on the regular. He could run you a bath, make a nice home life for you. Receiving support from your family or your mother in particular, that's possible. Having a direct link to your ancestors. So if you don't have an altar where you have a picture of like some of your, like a grandparent that has passed, or if you even have like old pictures of like somebody from your family tree, you know, you could put their picture out, or just have an altar, maybe write the names of some people that have passed on, because you do have like this energy where you could be surrounded by your ancestors. They could be helping you out. You could be having some angel spirit guides around you that help you out. So think about the times where you had the near-death experiences. There was always something or someone that got you out of it or pulled you through or saved your life. And that could be, angelic beings. So Ramon said, I actually wanted to get my license in real estate as a real estate agent. Well, there you go with that Mars and Scorpio trine Cancer North Node. And that could either be flipping houses or that could be resale of homes. Because with the Scorpio, you always want to think about resale. So you could very well be a very successful real estate agent if you want to go that route, specializing in resales. You could also specialize in relocations. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, Jen Hun. Glad you found us. All right, you got Mars and Scorpio, sextile Capricorn, South Node. This is ease in getting jobs and being promoted through the ranks, being dependable and trustworthy, or being seen as dependable and trustworthy, being thorough and resourceful when it comes to your work. You are about finishing what you started. So you're not the type to leave loose ends and, just quit because, things get hard. Attracting a male mentor. Obtaining a loan or funding for a business. A business partnership. And that could be with your man. You and your man, well, I don't think do you have a man right now, Ramon? But you could, let's say you got married and you do got the Arabic part of marriage. That's right. I did take a peek of that. It's something, I think it's either Mercury could join to the Arabic part of marriage. Yeah, you got Mercury could join to the Arabic part of marriage, which tells me you probably are going to get married at some point. And you and your husband could enter a business partnership together because Mars is ruling that 7th house and it's in sextile with that Capricorn South Node. Or he might run a business and you assist him. Good for government jobs. Also, you could attract a man through your line of work. Not those lustful coworkers, though. Work-related travel with the South Node being in the 9th house. Awkward Letter says, single lesbians in the chat. There are a lot of y'all at Starbucks, pet stores, and music festivals. That sounds all stereotypical. It's like, why pet stores? I'm done. Music festival. I could definitely see that. All right, so you got Mars parallel Vesta. And Vesta is an asteroid that basically deals with making a sacrifice for the greater good. But some of these sacrifices that you make could be empty or worthless. Or you could be taken advantage of by someone, taken advantage of by people you make sacrifices for. You could also spend too much time in isolation at some point in your life with Mars parallel Vesta. Mars is running parallel to Lebrun, which is a star that can manifest as being honored for your work, where you gain riches, ambition, psychic abilities, but this can also manifest as a chronic illness and dishonest income. So it may not apply to you with the dishonest income. It could be a guy that you date at some point. Mars parallel Dabit. This is good for healing. So you are working in the medical field right now, but it also produces a tendency towards melancholy, and it can bring trouble through sexual relationships, which makes sense because Mars is in Scorpio in the 6th house. It could even be an issue with your man's sexual technique. Maybe you feel like, and you know what, when you do got Mars in the 6th house, you might have to train one of your sexual partners at some point because they might be a little too rough, or maybe they're a 2-minute brother, or maybe they're just whack in bed. So you might have to train them in the proper techniques of lovemaking. All right, here's the fun part, y'all. Now, Ramon, do you have any questions? Because I hope that I help you to gain some more insight into your Mars and Scorpio. Ramon said, I'm currently spending too much time alone. My friends want me to come out more. So yeah, that's your Mars parallel Vesta. You being too isolated. Okay, this is where I want everybody's participation. Also, please get the likes up. I should have more than 100 people up in here now, and I just lost 2. But I guess somebody, a lot of people are out having fun, dancing. Do people even go to the movies anymore? Queen Dardy said, I'm scared that Joe Biden and Dr. Fauci are Mars and Scorpio. All right. So I need group participation. Now, remember, Diggable Planets, y'all have those special, I'll answer the questions after this Mars and Scorpio oral. Remember, Diggable Planets, y'all have the special emojis, so feel free to use them. But everybody else, and even the Diggable Planets, we're going to go through celebrities right now that have Mars and Scorpio. Celebrities, famous people, infamous people. When I pull up the celebrity, either give them a thumbs up or a thumbs down, or you could use Diggable Planets. You can use your emojis, like do I don't know what type of, y'all got some different emojis. I just know that. All right, y'all ready? So if you like the person, thumbs up. If you don't like the person, thumbs down. Let's get it on. Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee has Mars and Scorpio, and he is a Sagittarius. All right, everybody cast your vote. Thumbs up or thumbs down. I give him a solid thumbs up. He wasn't just a great martial artist, but he was a great philosopher. He seemed like a really good dude with a good heart. He was very intelligent. All right, I see a lot of thumbs up. Okay, thumbs up. That's what's up. Yeah, Bruce Lee seemed like a really good guy. Now, his death seemed mysterious. I swear he was murdered. What's the official death story on him? How did he die? But I just think his death was mysterious. But that's Bruce Lee. All right, next. Patrick Swayze, a Leo with Mars in Scorpio. Patrick Swayze gets a thumbs up in my book. I always like Patrick Swayze. That's him from Dirty Dancing. I loved him in Red Dawn. I loved him in Dirty Dancing. I loved him in Roadhouse. He died of it. What did he have? Pancreatic cancer? Yeah, Patrick Swayze, he could do no wrong in my book. Seemed like a really decent dude. And he was in the movie Ghost. He was in The Outsiders. Oh, I love that. Willow said never did nothing to nobody. All right, next Mars and Scorpio. Joe Rogan. Does Joe Rogan get a thumbs up or a thumbs down in your book? I'm going to give Joe Rogan a thumbs up. Now, Joe Rogan is another Leo with Mars and Scorpio. I think Joe Rogan really has his heart in the right place, but I do think he sold out when he got the deal with Spotify. And if you notice, his interviews haven't been as juicy as they were before. He's being kind of censored by Spotify. Queen Dardy put the thumbs down for Joe Rogan. Lisa Lena put the thumbs down. Amira put thumbs down. What y'all don't like about him? He got that heavy ass head. Yes, I will be, Marcus. Ellie said he needs to shut the fuck up for all I know. I'm done. All right, next. A lot of people don't know who this old dude is, this old timer, but this is J.R.R. Tolkien. So anybody that's into Lord of the Rings, remember those movies? He wrote the books, Lord of the Rings. So he gets a thumbs up in my book. I never read the books, but I've seen the films and I love the films, Lord of the Rings. So yes, he gets a thumbs up. Next, we have Danny DeVito. Now, let me see. What is Danny DeVito's sign? I have them all written down. He's a Scorpio with Mars in Scorpio. Danny DeVito is funny as hell. And I don't think there's ever been any negative press about him, has there? Queen Dardy, you don't like Danny DeVito? Oh, I think he is hilarious. Seems like a fun guy. All right, next, Mary. Does Mary get a thumbs up or a thumbs down? And one of the moderators, when I pull up the new celebrity, can you just type their name so that we'll have it categorized? Because once you see the celeb's name, know that you're voting for that celeb. So Mary gets a thumbs up in my book. I love me some Mary. Oops, my bad. We just got to give a tribute. You know, it is Capricorn season. And, you know, I love how Mary has her signature dance. Hell yeah. You know, Mary's been through a lot, but that's so typical with Capricorn. My bad, I skipped over it. That's so typical. But you see how she does that struggle dance? And then it's like she's dancing like her life depends on it. And that's that combination of Capricorn and Mars and Scorpio. I mean, the woman works hard. Who's this? Does anybody know who this is? You know, he's from back in the day. So that's Robert Kennedy, and Robert Kennedy was killed. He was killed on live TV, wasn't he? Them Kennedys, they had a target on their back. But yeah, Robert Kennedy, a Scorpio with Mars in Scorpio. I heard both him and his brother John F. Kennedy both had Marilyn Monroe. Not at the same time, I don't think, but at different times. Sally Field definitely gets a thumbs up. Sally Field gets a thumbs up. And you know what? She's a survivor of sexual abuse. And that's so Mars and Scorpio. So Sally Field is a Scorpio with Mars and Scorpio. And I believe it was her father or stepfather that sexually abused her when she was young. But you ever see her play that role, Sybil? That movie, Sybil, Queen Dardy said yes at the same time. She played Sybil, which was this woman that had these multiple personalities. Yo, she played the shit out of that role. She also played a good role in Not Without My Daughter, also Still Magnolias, Forrest Gump. She wasn't that prominent in Forrest Gump, but you know, she played the mom that was screwing the teacher. A lot of people don't know who this great gymnast is, but this is Nadia Comaneci. She was the gymnast that scored the perfect 10 during the Olympics. And yeah, I mean, that's the epitome of that Scorpio energy, just that strength, that endurance. Yeah, just exceeding thresholds all day. I just love this image right here. I mean, I just love it. Does anybody know who this gentleman is? What he's doing has a lot to do with his profession. That is Christian Dior, one of the top designers to have ever done it. Christian Dior, Aquarius with Mars and Scorpio. All right, now I got questions about this chick. Now we really need the thumbs up. All right, clear. All right, stop with the thumbs up, thumbs down. Clear it for now, because I want to know how y'all feel about this chick. That's Till Swan. Does Till Swan get a thumbs up or a thumbs down? I don't know much about this chick. Some people say she's a fraud. Other people say she's the real deal. So it looks like a lot of people are giving Till Swan a thumbs up. Vestal Virgin gives her a thumbs down. Aquaria Essence said, I can't stand her. Teal Swan, she's like this psychic. She also, doesn't she do astrology too? And she gets into like, she does mediumship and shit. Lala says she's definitely giving me sus vibes. Kenyatta C said evil. Yeah, I got to do some research. I might do. Oh yeah, people are calling her a cult leader. Yes, I got to do some research. She might be due for a case study because I don't really know much about this chick. But yeah, so don't listen to them. Said she's a cult leader. I read that on a comment on a page about her. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into this chick. All right, next Mars in Scorpio. Now this is Ingo Swan. Now he's not related to Teal Swan, but he's a remote viewer. If anybody ever heard of remote viewing, it's a pretty fascinating subject. I've tried to remote view before. I tried to remote view the winning lottery numbers, but that shit didn't work. But I'm not saying it doesn't work, but I couldn't do it. That shit was hard. But I do believe that some people can remote view. If you don't know what it is, research it. But that's very Mars and Scorpio. So Ingo Swan. Let me see. Ingo Swan, what is his sign? I swear I had them back to back. I knew this would happen when I lose track of, let me see. Where is the swans? Ingo Swan. Okay, Ingo Swan is a Virgo, and then Teal Swan. Where is she at? I can't find that Teal Swan. I had her written down. Teal Swan. If I find it, my eyes are just deceiving me right now. Because I don't have the images in order. Anyway. That's crazy. It's like my eyes are playing tricks on me. Oh, here it is. She's all the way at the top. Gemini. So Teal Swan is a Gemini. All right. Fantasia Barrino. Thumbs up if you like Fantasia. Thumbs down if you don't. Honestly, I got to give Fantasia a thumbs down. I never got into her music. She's just a little unhinged for me. So Fantasia is a Cancer. I'm not surprised with Mars and Scorpio. She got too much water going on. That's why she just act the way she do. Not saying she acts in a bad way, but she's just a little too kind of off for me. And I hate the way she talks. But a lot of people look like they like her. So a lot of people are giving Fantasia the thumbs up. All right. Siobhan with the Fantasia. All right, next. Regina Hall. Now, Regina Hall is a Sagittarius, and you know, Sagittarius is the comedian of the zodiac, and Regina Hall has been in a number of comedies, including the Scary Movies franchise. So she got Mars in Scorpio, and she's a Sagittarius. She seems a little off too, even though I like her. I give her a thumbs up, but she seemed like she would like go off on a dude that like cheated on her, like she would stab him. Don't she got that look? Like she got that crazy in her. Like she'll stab you in your sleep type shit while she's crying. She funny as hell though. All right, next. My girl, Sheila E. Nobody better ever say nothing bad about Sheila E. I swear to God. Because Sheila E. could do no wrong. This was the woman that Prince should have married. But, you know, they had that opposition going on. Sheila E. is a Sagittarius with Mars and Scorpio. You know, Prince was a Scorpio rising, so that fit well. And Prince was a Gemini. So, that, you know, that opposition. And, you know, Prince was kind of controlling. And you can't control a Sagittarius. But I love me some Sheila E., the glamorous life. Oh, my God. Love Bizarre, Sister Fate. Yes. Cuckoo. Oh my God. And she wasn't just a drummer. She ended up being the band director for two of Prince's concert tours. Very talented woman, boss woman. I just love her to death. Back in the day. Oh, and here she is right here with Cat Glover, Prince. And I love this picture so much. I want this poster. Like, I want this on my wall. I wish I could just go to, get it printed out and do a bit. I think I will. I'll take this to Walgreens and get it like an 8x10 at least. I love this picture right here. I love Prince. And I love Sheila E. and Cat. Cat sometimes would get on my nerves because sometimes she was a little too wild, but Cat grew on me. This was their Love Sexy concert tour. All right, Regina King. We already did Regina Hall. I mean, nobody better give Regina King a thumbs down. Like, Regina King can do no wrong either. Like, I think she's a true blue friend. I think she's a sister girl. I think she's down to earth. I think she's cool. She gets a thumbs up in my book. So Regina King, Capricorn, she recently lost her son to suicide. So that has to be tragic. That's very Mars and Scorpio. So yeah. And she's a perfect example about how you could be a good person and then bad things still happen to you. When you got Mars and Scorpio, your life's still chaotic. That's Brenda from 227. All right, next. All right, y'all done with your thumbs up? We're going to segue to the next celebrity. David Icke. Oh God, is that a booger in his nose? This ain't got a booger up his nose. This is sad. All right, David Icke. I'm giving David Icke a thumbs up. I haven't heard from him in a while though. David Icke, he was this conspiracy theorist. I have to admit, I learned a lot through David Icke back in the day. I even had one of his books. So David Icke gets a thumbs up. He would talk about the Illuminati, and he would be talking about these evil people up at the top. So David Icke, he has Mars in Scorpio. And let me see. So he's a Taurus with Mars in Scorpio. Yes, conspiracy theories and all that type of stuff. He talked about reptilians and all that type of stuff. Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's another one that succumbed to an early death. Does anybody remember how he died? Philip Seymour Hoffman, he gets a thumbs up in my book because a couple of movies that I really like that he's in. He's in The Talented Mr. Ripley, and he also played a role in Boogie Nights, and he did a fabulous job in both of those films. And yeah, he died a few years ago. How did he die again? Heroin? He was on that heroin? Damn. Oh yeah, I remember he was in the Capote movie too. I think his death is suspect, Willow. And remember, I said that Mars and Scorpio can be murder. So Philip Seymour Hoffman, let me see. He is, oh God, where is it? He is a Leo with Mars and Scorpio. This is Carlos Castaneda. Probably a lot of people don't know who he is, but he wrote a series of books where he spent time with this, I was about to say African. He spent time with this American Indian shaman named Don Juan, and he was doing all this tripping on this ayahuasca type stuff and all this type of stuff. I have like all his books. I was crazy about Carlos Castaneda back in the day. Now, some people have tried to call him a fraud and discredit him and say that his books were just the subject of fiction, but I ate those books up because it's so supernatural and it's metaphysical and all this stuff. If you're into that thing, you might if you're into like metaphysics and supernatural and paranormal stuff, you might want to read his books. So Carlos Castaneda, Capricorn with Mars and Scorpio. Jimmy, my man. Jimmy is part of my tribe, Sagittarius, but he had Mars and Scorpio. And I believe Jimi Hendrix was murdered too. And it actually came out that his manager had poured a bunch of liquor down his throat and he vomited. And basically, like, I think he vomited in his sleep and that's how he died. That's the rumor. Yes, he gets a big thumbs up from me. So Sagittarius. But then he also had, again, those strong features, which is very indicative of Mars and Scorpio. Remember what I said about the strong features. Keep that in mind as we go through these celebrities. Michael Clark Duncan. He's another one that had a suspicious death, in my opinion. So Michael Clark Duncan, let me see, what's his sun sign? Trying to find him in my list. Where is he? He's a Sagittarius, or was a Sagittarius with Mars and Scorpio. And Omarosa, she's real, like something's real suspect with this story about him dying. And then she claimed that he left all his money to her, but there was a changing of the will before he died. Like, it's real suspicious. So I'm suspecting foul play in this situation. I'm not saying she did it, but shit is real suspect. Very suspect. But he seemed like he was a nice guy. A lot of people had a lot of good things to say about him. All right, again, remember I told you about Mars and Scorpio can produce some really strong, prominent, heavy features on some people. Well, he's a perfect example. A lot of y'all know who this is. Some of my younger viewers may not know who this is, but this is KRS-One. Now, he gets a thumbs up from me because of his contribution to hip hop, but he gets a thumbs down because he was defending Africa Bambaataa when Africa Bambaataa was exposed for being a predator. So I'm kind of like, I'm torn when it comes to KRS, and he's so arrogant, and he just doesn't shut up when he get a microphone in front of him. So yeah, he's like, and you see that white shit in the corners of his mouth. I don't know if y'all can see that. I don't know if it's close up, but this image is too close up on my laptop. It's disgusting. But anyway, he got that bulbous nose. He just has those features that can be indicative of Mars and Scorpio, very heavy facial features. Adrian gave him like 10 thumbs down. Yes, isn't he arrogant? All right, Kid Rock. Kid Rock always looked dirty to me. Like, he need to go take a bath. You know, he stinks, but he is a Capricorn. You know, some Capricorns can smell goaty, can look like a goat. He does have that goat look for real. Now, Kid Rock got Mars and Scorpio. He's a Capricorn. He gets a thumbs down from me. I'm sorry. I really never got into his music. Yeah, I'm just like, nah. All right, so that's Kid Rock. Wait a minute, what did Kid Rock do to Pam Anderson? You can tell Kid Rock don't wash his ass right. You can tell. Them drawers are stuck to the crack of his ass with caked on poo-poo. He can't wash his ass right. You can tell. Aquarian Essence said he was cool until I found out he liked underage girls. Well, there's the sexual taboos that come with Mars and Scorpio. All right, moving along. I've seen enough of this dirtbag. He had a funky sex tape. Okay, Benicio del Toro. He's a weird looking son of a bitch. Now, I don't really know much about him, but he has played in a few movies that I do like. Like, wasn't he in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Now, Benicio is a Pisces with Mars and Scorpio. My sister used to think he was sexy. I don't see it. He looked like a lush, and it's funny because he is a Pisces. You said what underwear? You mean pants? Ew, you're right. Yeah, I haven't heard too much about him, but he's always had that look, that old washed out, like drunk, like Alcoholics Anonymous type look. Yeah, a lot of women think he's sexy. I don't see it. But Scorpio can produce that, even if they're not that great looking, they still will pull people in. All right, next. Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins. He's a weird one, ain't he? He just looked like a boiled egg. Now, Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan is another Pisces with Mars and Scorpio. Now, let me check out. Billy Corgan looked like a newborn baby with a beard. Looked like he came straight through the birth canal, a full-grown man. So I never really got into the Smashing Pumpkins like that. But I think he is kind of like that type of guy that he's easily bothered by people. He seems like that type. Billy Idol. So now we got Billy Corgan and now we got Billy Idol. Billy Idol is a Sagittarius with Mars and Scorpio, and that very much fits him. In the river, yeah, she cried more. But know what song I love? Eyes Without a Face. Eyes Without a Face. Oh man, I love that song. I'm gonna have to hear Eyes Without a Face tonight. But yeah, Billy Idol was the shit back then. In the river, yeah, she cried more. Kenyatta gave her a thumbs down. All right, next person. Nelly. So isn't Nelly a Scorpio with Mars and Scorpio? Na 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 na. That was my song by Nelly. Where's Nelly? Oh yeah, he's a Scorpio with Mars and Scorpio. Now, did Nelly have some scandal going on with him? I swear Nelly got something like some dirt on him. With him having Mars and Scorpio, that made me think of that tip drill video he did. Now, I can't stand when men got a scraggly beard like that. Like, just shave it all off. Like, you can't grow a luscious beard. Like, just stop. That shit get on my nerve. So don't listen to them. Said Nelly, apparently he likes some weird things. Underage girls. I knew there was something dark about him. I knew it. All right, next. And I never liked that song he did with Kelly Rowland. What is that song called? Where she be like, no matter what I do, I'm always thinking about you. Never liked that song. All right, this chick is named Ayn Rand. I think that's how you pronounce her name, but she wrote that book called Atlas Shrugged. They made a few movies from it. I think they even made a TV series from Atlas Shrugged. And her views were quite controversial for the time. Some people might even consider her views to be controversial. She was very much about individualism and making your own way in life and not depending upon the government whatsoever. She was very much about just self-determination and self-sufficiency and all that type of stuff. And she was very much a materialist. I think she might have been an atheist too. But being controversial, that's very Mars and Scorpio. A lot of people hate this guy. And you know, with Mars and Scorpio people, you're either going to be loved immensely or you're going to be hated. Like people hate your guts. And a lot of people hate Ben Shapiro's guts. I don't hate him because I think some of what he says is valid, but he is very annoying. Now, Ben Shapiro is a Capricorn with Mars in Scorpio. He's like real snarky acting. And he has that scowl. You'll see that with some Mars and Scorpio individuals where it's like they have this scowl. Also, some of them have like hawk eyes, if you get what I'm saying, like they're going to swoop down on you. You can either say eagle eyes or hawk eyes, but they got eyes like a predaceous bird, some of them. And he got eyes like that, but not as intense as some Mars and Scorpio people as you're about to see. Like her, Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace got them hawk eyes. Look like she gonna swoop right down on you and start picking out your brain. All right, Nancy Grace is Libra, 29th degree Libra. Makes a lot of sense with Mars and Scorpio. And, you know, she's always covering the crime stories and she's always putting people on the hot seat and interrogating them and stuff. That's very Mars and Scorpio. Damn, a lot of y'all, are y'all giving the thumbs down to Nancy Grace? Yeah, look at her hair. What's up with her hair, man? See, because he was guilty. All right, that's enough of Nancy Grace. Who else we got? Tyson Beckford. He's another annoying one. Now, Tyson Beckford, isn't he a Sagittarius? Yeah, he's a Sagittarius with Mars and Scorpio. He's another one that got them eyes that are like hawk eyes that are ready to just swoop down on you. But his eyes also are a little Sagittarius too, because Sagittarius can have those slanted eyes. But he also has the hawk eyes too, like he about to just swoop down on you and just like sink his talons into your back. I bet you that's how he approaches men. Like he just swoops down on them and then puts his talons in their back. True story. My ex-man, my son's father, I don't know what to call him. My son's father, he told me that he was driving one day. No, he was walking down the street one day. This was in downtown Philly. And he said Tyson Beckford had his head out the car and was trying to holler at my man. I mean, my son's father. I believe him. I believe him. He was like, hey, what's up, man? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And my son's father was quite a looker back in his day. So I could see that shit happening. But he seemed annoying as hell. Jennifer Aniston, she's not aging well at all. I don't know what type of treatment she's getting done on her face, but she got those enlarged pores. Damn, she should have waxed that chin too, because she got a lot of hairs on her chin. Guess those hormones are wearing off. You know, some people with Mars and Scorpio, they could be transgender. I've always wondered about Jennifer Aniston. Not saying I definitely believe she is, but to me, she's a little suspect. Now, Jennifer Aniston, what is she, a Libra? Wait a minute, what is her sun sign? Or is she a Scorpio? I think she's a Scorpio sun and Scorpio Mars. Where is she at? Oh no, she's an Aquarius. So Jennifer Aniston is an Aquarius with Mars and Scorpio. And she still can't let go of that hair. I never liked her, really. Actually, I did like her in that film, The Breakup with Vince Vaughn. That was pretty damn good. Yeah, I just said she's an Aquarius. Alyssa Milano. So Alyssa Milano, she has Mars in Scorpio. And what is Alyssa's sign? Where are we at? She is a Sagittarius. So another Sagittarius with Mars in Scorpio. And, you know, she was all part of that Me Too movement. She was the one who first came out and started the Me Too movement. So that's very Mars and Scorpio. So a lot of people are giving Alyssa Milano a thumbs down. Tyreek says she's a effing crybaby. I gotta watch my language. Oh, fuck it. She's a fucking crybaby. So she's one of Weinstein's victims? Because I didn't get deep into her story. All right, next. Betty White. Now, you know how I feel about Betty White. I was like, she was the grand dame of witches. A lot of people were shocked when I said that. I was like, don't let that old hag fool you. And she's a Capricorn with Mars and Scorpio. That combination can be quite devilish. I'm telling you, she was a hoe back in the day, and she was a witch. Powerful witch. And it makes sense with that Mars and Scorpio. Don't keep believing that these old people are innocent. You ever see Rosemary Baby? About the Satanists that were trying to get Rosemary to have the Satan's baby. And then they were all old people. They look just like Betty White. This fool right here, Tay Diggs. Why does he always look like some type of... Yo, I wish he would stop with the hats. He must have like 500 hats like that. And then the glasses look. You know why? He's trying to come across as a nice guy when he really isn't. He thinks wearing the glasses and that dumbass hat is going to make him come across as agreeable and a nice guy and all that stuff. But you can tell he is a straight up asshole. Tay Diggs. Where's he at? He's a Capricorn, that's right, with Mars and Scorpio. Very annoying. And I know he got some skeletons in his closet. And he did do the gender bending thing when he was in the Broadway film Head Witch and the Angry Inch. So he was very much letting his Mars and Scorpio hang all out with that. Don't he look uptight? And don't he look like you could tell he'll like funk up a bathroom really bad too. This chick I've never really got into. I don't know a single song of hers, but that little needle face look gets on my nerves. The pinched nose and little tiny lips and like, so she's the exception to that with the Mars and Scorpio, the strong features. She really actually, she doesn't have strong features, but it's like she got that face that almost assaults you, that like you almost want to just be like, go somewhere with that face. And I'm not saying she's ugly. She's not ugly at all. It's just she got that annoying ass face. Now she's a Sagittarius with Mars and Scorpio. Yup. Now what has she done wrong? Because I don't know much about her life. Yeah, I mean, I find her to be very annoying. All right, next. Does anybody know who this is? He's looking bad, man. Now, he's somebody that can't stop with the plastic surgery on his face, which can be very Mars and Scorpio. Does anybody know who that is? I love his clothes, though. I got a few of his stuff. Like his fashions are a mainstay in my book. Does anybody know who this is? I think, yes, Calvin. Calvin Klein. He's looking bad, man. I know he got some skeletons in his closet. All right, Calvin, what's Calvin Klein's sign? Where you at, Calvin? Calvin? He's a Scorpio with Mars and Scorpio. Yeah, he can't stop with the plastic surgery. That looks scary. SZA. Now, I never really got into her music, but I included her because she got Mars in Scorpio. And let me see, what is her sun sign? Now, she should be easy to find on my list because she got a 3-letter name. But I can't find her. Oh, she's a Scorpio with Mars in Scorpio. Does anybody like SZA? Sky Rhyme gave her a thumbs down. Vestal Version, thumbs up. Oral, thumbs up. Cali 92, thumbs up. Tells a Dre, thumbs up. Now, she got that Mars in Scorpio face too, like very heavy features, bold, prominent nose. That's on the, kind of thick side. And she got one of those faces again where you can't help to look at. Like you're going to look at her when she steps into a room. She got like features that will pull you in. I actually like her look. It's like, it's that heavy, like intense type of just, what's that? I keep on forgetting the word that I used to use for that Scorpio face. All right, next. He's another one with the Mars and Scorpio face. This is what I'm talking about with the prominent features, the heaviness with the features. Look at that nose. Now, he dealt with some Mars and Scorpio shit because didn't his wife take him for a lot of money? That's Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen. He's a Libra with Mars and Scorpio, so it makes sense that his wife took him for a lot of money. Isn't that what happened? He got a mile-long face. And that hair ain't even helping. All y'all giving Scottie Pippen a thumbs down. I thought he was a nice guy. What's wrong with him? Unless y'all are giving the other person a thumbs down. I thought he was a nice guy. All right, moving along. All right. This is Jennifer Connelly. So Connelly. Jennifer Connelly. She's a Sagittarius with Mars and Scorpio. She's always playing those roles where she's a little off too. And I think she is a little off in real life, but that's my girl. I love Jennifer Connelly. I love just about every movie she's in. But she looked like she about to have a nervous breakdown right here. It looked like she's starving herself too. Don't it look like she's starving herself? Like she got bulimia or anorexia or something. Like she on the verge. Remember I said that Mars and Scorpio, she on the verge of anorexia or something. She does kind of look like Katy Perry. Katy Perry's a Scorpio. I loved her in Requiem for a Dream. I loved her in this movie called 7 Minutes in Heaven. That was from way, way back in the day. She was in Labyrinth. All right, next. Jude Law. Jude Law is a Capricorn, right? I believe he's a Capricorn with Mars and Scorpio. Yes, and he has that combination. Jude Law is kind of sexy to me. And he was in that movie, The Talented Mr. Ripley, along with Philip Seymour Hoffman. And I remember in that movie, I was like, he playing a Scorpio all day, even though his character was a Taurus because they had his birthday. But I was like, he played a Scorpio all day in that movie. And it makes sense because he got Mars in Scorpio. So if you want to see a Mars in Scorpio in action, watch The Talented Mr. Ripley. It features Matt Damon, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Jude Law. I love that movie. Jude is kind of fine. Oh, yeah, he was Alfie, yep. But didn't he cheat on his wife? Like, he's cheated on, I think every girlfriend and wife he's had, he's cheated all over. So that's that Mars and Scorpio with the infidelity. I'm going to have to plug in my phone soon. Okay, so here's an event that took place when Mars was in Scorpio. Do y'all remember? Some of y'all are too young to remember this. I got a lot of viewers and clients that were born after 1990, which makes me feel so old. But a lot of people who are around my age or older, a little bit younger, y'all remember this, the fall of the Berlin Wall. So this took place when Mars was in Scorpio and the sun was in Scorpio, November 9th, 1989. This was a monumental event that if you were alive during this time, you remember. Yep, Adrian remembers. They had it broadcasted on every channel and shit. So yeah, this shit was crazy. Basically, this was about Eastern Germany versus Western Germany. How about this? This is a scene from Afghanistan. You know, the country of Afghanistan has Mars and Scorpio, and you know, Mars and Scorpio can produce control freaks. And when the Taliban took over in Afghanistan, all the women had to be covered up like this, totally covered up. You see, they don't even have their eyes out. It's a screen over their eyes. So a lot of women were happy when the United States, now I'm not going to say they were happy because a lot of people died in Afghanistan when the war took place. But when they subdued the Taliban, women were able to take off this heavy oppressive burqa or hijab or whatever the hell you want to call it. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, this just speaks to the insecurities of men and the fear of a woman's power. It's ridiculous. And you know, it gets hot there, but it gets real cold there too. But still, like, and look, it looks like those are made of denim, don't it? Interesting, but that's very Mars and Scorpio. Okay. I'm giving him a thumbs down. Sammy Davis Jr., Sagittarius, Mars and Scorpio. He gets a thumbs down just off of being a Satanist. So, especially because he's chilling with Michael A. Aquino, not just with Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan. He's also chilling with Michael A. Aquino. Michael A. Aquino is a straight up predator, Satanist demon. And because Sammy Davis Jr. was struggling in his career, he joined the Church of Satan to sell his soul so that he could become successful. Yeah. And you know, I'll wait till we get to this one person. But yeah, he gets a thumbs down in my book. Just all I think he was a sleazy dude. This chick. Remember, I said Mars and Scorpio can make someone carve up their face, get a lot of plastic surgery procedures and shit. This chick got a whole new face. Khloe Kardashian. So she's a Cancer with Mars and Scorpio. Again, too much water going on. So it makes sense that she wanted to become somebody totally different. She wanted to do that glamour magical trick or whatever like that. But yeah, only witchcraft can produce that type of look from what she came from. You know, some type of sorcery going on. So yeah, the big thumbs down for this bitch. Big thumbs down. Don't listen to him say Yeti body Khloe. I mean, basically worthless. Oh God. We got another Capricorn with Mars and Scorpio. So I'm sorry, Tina gets a thumbs down. She seemed like a straight up witch and a bitch. Oh my God. If looks could kill, I'd be dead a long time ago. This chick is crazy and scary looking. And you know she's a control freak too with that Mars and Scorpio. And that Mars and Scorpio could deal with the fact that her husband, I forget what her husband's name is, but basically where he's dependent upon her and he's probably a parasite. What's her husband's name? Remember I did a reading on them? Why can't I remember his name? But yeah, she get the big thumbs down. And Beyonce starting to look more and more like her mom. Did y'all see Beyonce recently? Beyonce got thick, but it makes sense because Beyonce is getting older. So yeah, she started to get real thick like her mom. Richard Lawson, thank you, Brandon. That's his name. Yeah, Richard Lawson, he a parasite. He's dependent upon her. That's her Mars and Scorpio. And she thinking she gonna control him because he brought very little to the table. Carmelo Anthony, dark-sided. Is he a wait a minute? Is he a Gemini? Hold on. I know he got a stellium in Gemini. Yeah, he a Gemini. That combination, he got a whole wicked stellium in Gemini, and then got the nerve to have Mars and Scorpio, and you expect this man to be faithful? He will stick his dick in a light socket if it could fit. Like, he is just, I mean, I don't think he'll be faithful to any woman he gets with. And finally, Lala got the sense to divorce his ass. But yeah, and I'm pretty sure he probably gave her some STDs along the way. I mean, just nasty. Just because you play ball don't mean you gotta be slapping balls against bitches all the time. Like, I mean, come on now, exercise some self-control. And like I said, Mars and Scorpio can produce a lot of self-control, but it can always go the other way where somebody becomes obsessive and compulsive. Look at that cameraman in the back. He knows what's going on. He's just like, this is some bullshit. Brandon said, Lala can't act Anthony, right? Mel Gibson, is he another Capricorn? Good old Mel. You know, Mel has gotten himself in the hot water a few times with, yeah, he's a Capricorn, his inflammatory speech and his abusive ways and all that stuff. And that's very Mars and Scorpio. Some people hate his guts, other people love him. But yeah, he has been controversial over the years, and that's very Mars and Scorpio. Now, Mel Gibson was fine back in the day, like during the Thunderdome days. What was that movie called? Why can't I think of the movie? Beyond the Thunderdome. But it was called something else. What was that movie called? He was first in the Road Warrior, I think, and then it was Beyond the Thunderdome. But it was called something else too, I swear. That was the movie, though. Mad Max. Thank you, Adrian. Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome. That's what it was called. He played Mad Max, and he was fine as hell in that movie. Yes. Aussie, yeah, Australian. This dude, I don't like him. He gets a thumbs down in my book. I don't care if he was all about Pete's and stuff. He was actually racist, and he was a predator. He was going after this underage girl. I think he tried to marry her or something. Mahatma Gandhi. Some people think he was this great humanitarian, this like person that had these high values and stuff, but he wasn't shit. Truth be told. Now, Mahatma Gandhi, where is his name? Mahatma Gandhi, where are you? That's weird because I can't find his name. This is not meant to be. Where should I write him down at? Must be on the first page. Oh my God. Mahatma Gandhi, where are you? That's weird. I can't find him. Maybe I need to put my glasses on. Hold on. Does somebody have his sign? That is strange that. Oh, he's number 5 on my list. My eyes are terrible. He's a Libra with Mars and Scorpio. Yeah. He looked like a little pervert. Next, this dirty bastard, T.I. We know he's a Libra and he has Mars and Scorpio, and it definitely shows. He's another one that has the sparse beard that gets on my nerves. Just shave it off. Why does he always look dirty too? You know, some Mars and Scorpio people, you know, again, they could be dirty or have hygiene issues. He looks like he don't know how to wash his ass right either. I'm sure Tiny has thrown away plenty of drawers of his. Just nasty. And you know, him and Tiny all into the sex stuff and the swinging and stuff like that. And you know, you got some Mars and Scorpio people, their penis is always on their mind, genitals. Remember, he took his daughter to the gynecologist because he wanted to make sure she was still a virgin. That's some dark-sided Mars and Scorpio shit all day. And doesn't he have Mars conjunct Uranus and Scorpio? He nasty as fuck. I can't stand him. He gets 17 thumbs down. And why can't he clean himself up? Like he looks homeless. Yeah, Tiny don't mind. T.I. is not a prize at all. Look at all those blackheads on his nose and shit. He got all this money and looks like he's homeless. Look like he's in line at a soup kitchen. How do you have this much money and you look like shit? Ugh. Yes, I bet you he does stink. This is another one that gets on my damn nerves. Another damn Libra. Usher Herpes Raymond with his Mars and Scorpio. Just spreading the bumps all over people and shit. Didn't somebody say blue shit was coming out his dick one day? And again, I really wonder about like his whole friendship with Justin Bieber and like what was going on between these two. But think about it. He spent a lot of time with Diddy when he was young, and Diddy's a Scorpio and Usher got Mars in Scorpio, which can explain why they were so close. And his beard looked like pubic hair, don't it? Look like an Asian woman's pubic hair. These are my confessions. Just when I thought I said all I could say, my chick on the side said she got one on the way. These are my confessions. This clown right here with the crust all around his eyes. Now, why would you want to come out looking like that? He is a clown. Now, Kid Cudi, he's an Aquarius. Surprise, surprise. Of course, he got to look all different and edgy, and with Mars and Scorpio, that's a hard combination right there. He don't know what he wants to be. He don't know who the fuck he is. But why would you come out looking like look like he got black crust and eye boogers coming out of his eyes? Like what type of look is he going for? He's so lost, it's a shame. Mars and Scorpio. Kid Cudi. Day and night. He's still resting on those laurels from that one song, that one hit he had. Day and night. The lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. That was my shit though. He's all alone, something will never change. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. Brandon said just a ball of confusion. That's the perfect way to describe this fool. Day and night. Kurt Cobain. Kurt Cobain had too much water in his chart. And that explains why he was a troubled soul. You know, having too much water, you could basically drown in a sea of emotions. But I do believe he was murdered. And with Mars and Scorpio, it makes a lot of sense. So Kurt Cobain, Pisces with Mars and Scorpio. Come as you are, as you were, as I want you to be. That was my shit. Well, the lifestyle is contagious. Here we are now, entertainers, acting stupid. Here we are now, entertainers. When Smells Like Teen Spirit first came out, see, I'm sorry you youngins missed that moment when y'all were like little babies or you weren't even born yet, when Smells Like Teens, because when I say that changed the game in terms of rock, and they were like part of the grunge rock movement, which is very Mars and Scorpio grunge rock. So they were part of that whole grunge rock. I remember it was late at night and that video came on MTV. And I remember I was just transfixed. Because the first time I heard the song, I think that was when I saw the video for the first time. And I remember I was so transfixed. And I was like, this is one of the dopest things I ever seen. And then, of course, I immediately liked the song. And I remember my sister bought the cassette tape. And we would just bang that shit in her little Ford Escort. We would turn that shit up to 10. It would be like, oh my God, in the video. And then when Weird Al Yankovic made the spoof, that shit was so fucking funny. But yeah, Nirvana changed a lot of people's life just with the type of music. It was just that grunge. It was heavy. It was just like, ugh. And then he died. And we were so sad. Oh my God. Mr. Sexy, Mr. Wonderful. Oh my God, I love me some Judd Nelson back in the day, especially in this movie, The Breakfast Club. Judd was so sexy. I had such a crush on him, and he played a bad boy in this movie. Judd Nelson, such a heartthrob. Sagittarius with Mars and Scorpio. Oh my God, he could have got it. I would have jumped right on that thing. Oh my God. I have to take a moment, y'all, because I'm just like, he make me breathless. Now, of course, he's aged now, but back then he was a hottie, and I love that nose he had. Oh my God. Don't listen to them saying my first crush. Avis said I was in love. Queen Dara D said The Breakfast Club is required viewing. Remember, he said, see, this is what you get when you spill paint in the garage. Because he had that cigar burn on his arm. I love that. I don't know what happened to him. Remember, he played in New Jack City too. Hell yeah. Rob Lowe was sexy, but kind of in a dumb, sexy way. Rob Lowe never gave off that intelligence thing. Judd Nelson, he gave off the intelligence vibe, and he was sexy. Rob Lowe, he seemed like an airhead. Isn't Rob Lowe a Pisces too? Which could make sense. Judd Nelson's a Sag with Mars and Scorpio. Rob Lowe, I think he's a Pisces with Mars. I don't know what his Mars is in. This dude, he's crazy. Joaquin Phoenix, but he does do a good job playing some dark-sided roles. I mean, he played Commodus in Gladiator, and he played a role where you hated him. And Mars and Scorpio people are good for playing those roles where you hate their guts. I'm gonna have to get on the floor and charge my phone. Damn. So yeah, and I'll tell you what's so Mars and Scorpio about him. He has this this documentary about him. I think it's called I'm Still Here or something. I never saw it, but I remember reading about it. And in the documentary, I think one of his friends takes a dump on top of his head or something like that. That is so Mars and Scorpio. So Joaquin Phoenix, I think he has Sun in Scorpio and Mars in Scorpio. Where is he at? Joaquin. Where are you at? Yep, he's a Scorpio with Mars and Scorpio. That's too much Scorpio energy. Yes, he played the Joker, but I never saw that one. So, somebody like him can play the Joker really well with that Mars and Scorpio. Oh, he literally starved himself to play. That's Mars and Scorpio going over and beyond the Call of Duty, like almost killing yourself for a role. Oh, excuse me. Hold on, I got to move to the floor because my phone won't reach my charger. Hold on. Okay. So that's Joaquin. A lot of y'all like this dude. I don't see what y'all see. I mean, he was cute back in the day. You know, Leonardo, he's a Scorpio sun with Mars and Scorpio. He got a big old watermelon head now. And it's so meaty. But, you know, some Scorpios got that meat head, and he definitely has it. And, you know, his thing is he won't date any women under like over 21 or something. Like, what's his age cutoff for women? I forget. But yeah, he's a real asshole for that. Yeah, he dates young girls. Exactly. Because it's probably all about the sex for him with his Mars and Scorpio. That's all he care about. He want the young cootie cootie. All right, y'all got enough of this dude? That face, he's gonna age terribly. Give him another like 5 years, he's gonna really start looking bad. Richard Pryor, bad boy. You know, Richard Pryor, Sagittarius with Mars and Scorpio. And, you know, Richard Pryor, he was kind of out there, like in terms of sex. He gave Pam Grier like a wicked STD. And when Pam Grier said she went to the gynecologist, this is such a Mars and Scorpio story. When Pam Grier said she went to the gynecologist and had a pelvic exam, the gynecologist was like, you know, you got traces of cocaine on your cervix. And she was like, oh, that damn Richard. Yeah, he likes to put cocaine on the tip of his penis before he has sex with me. That's how she got cocaine on her cervix. And I forgot to mention, you know, Scorpio is a drug. I mean, cocaine is a Scorpio drug. So not surprised that that shit happened. And then during a roast, Richard Pryor basically revealed that he was bisexual. He didn't come out and say it, but he basically said, yeah, the first time I fucked a gay man, or he just said the first time I fucked a man, and then he was talking about like giving some dude head and stuff. It was crazy. But Richard Pryor was a crazy, controversial dude. And then remember when his hair caught on fire and stuff, and because he was freebasing, but I think he was trying to kill himself. I think he had lost all hope. So that's that. If you ever saw, you should watch that movie, JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling, because it kind of explains what happened in the film. Let me see what. Yeah, Scorpios love their coat. Yeah, the roast with Paul Mooney, exactly. Queen Dardy said a lot of them do that. Grace Jones says they do that to get higher and numb. All right, next. This dude, he seems so fake and phony, but he has that Scorpio, Mars and Scorpio face that I'm talking about. Kind of with the bulbous nose, the thick nose, just those, that even a lot of them look like they got real thick skin too. And Trevor Noah is no exception. But he just looks like a cardboard cutout right here. There's nothing real about this man, I'm convinced. And he's annoying as hell. So Trevor Noah, isn't he a Scorpio? I think he's a Scorpio sun with Mars in Scorpio. Where is he at? Where's this Trevor Noah? Annoying as hell looking. And how did he get his start? Because he don't even seem like he has the skills. Like, who did he have to blow to get the position he's in? Oh, he's a Pisces. Makes sense. He's a Pisces with Mars and Scorpio. That's a bit too much water, and you can see it all over him. So Alicia said, nope, he's unlikable now. So what did he do? He definitely got some skeletons in the closet with Sun in Pisces, Mars and Scorpio. Yeah, he's a Pisces with Mars and Scorpio. He got a big booty. Did he start off as a comedian? Oh, so he started off as a comedian. So I'm sure he had to suck a lot of people off because it ain't easy to make it in the comic world. All right. Y'all know who this is, right? She got that classic Mars and Scorpio face. This is what I'm talking about. The heavy features, the prominent nose, looking like you got real thick skin. If you took a razor blade to her cheek, ain't no blood coming out. Like that skin is thick. And you know, when they had that term, you got to get a thick skin. A lot of Mars and Scorpio people do have thick skins. Like where they can take a lot. Now, I love Macy Gray for her role in Training Day, where she's like, I want to see that warrant. I want to see that goddamn warrant. And then when Denzel Washington's character, you know, goes out the house, she's like, what? I love Macy Gray in these roles in the movie. Usually she doesn't play like a major role, but the supporting roles she be playing, she be knocking it out the park. Like, remember she was in For Colored Girls who have like lost hope when the rainbow died, or whatever that movie is called. It's for colored girls who contemplated suicide when the rainbow is enough, some weird title like that, but they shorten it to For Colored Girls. Remember she played the back alley abortion chick, and she was like, yeah, I was out in the world. I was out in the world, you know, yeah. I was in that light. And she scared the shit out of that little girl. And she was like, oh no, can't go through with it. But yeah, Macy Gray is funny, and she funny as hell. He got an annoying ass face. Tyga, and I don't think I've ever heard any of his music. I don't know how he became famous, but I know he was connected to one of them Kardashians, wasn't he? Is he still with the chick? And let me see where he at. I know some of y'all know his sign. Okay, he's a Scorpio sun with Mars in Scorpio. He's annoying as hell. He has a Mars and Scorpio face too, especially with that nose and the lips. But makes me want to just yank him by the neck with my one hand. I'm not feeling him. So he got an OnlyFans where he gets naked. Look at that weak ass chin he got. Are we sure he's not female to male transgender? He's giving off stud vibes for real. Oh, he's a very nice person. I didn't know that. Oh, let me stop talking about the sister. But I mean, I'm getting stud vibes for real. I think that might be a female to male. Very soft looking. Don't he seem real sweet? That's telling you, man, that's a woman, man. Uh-oh, but you heard he packing. Maybe the surgeon did a good job. Nah, that's probably a man. I do see an Adam's apple. But damn, that's a feminine looking boy. Tracy will say he definitely does give stud vibes. Like, don't it look like he got that soft touch? Like when he touch you, it feel like a woman's touching you. See, I need to feel like a man is touching me. If I'm going to get busy with a man, I better feel like some roughness on his hands, or it needs to be so straight. Seem like he touch you, it's all soft and gentle. I'm like, nah, I'm cool. Soft velvet stud. That's what Aaron said. DMX, suck my dick. DMX, Sagittarius, Mars and Scorpio. Lord, give me a sign. Brr. Just wild the fuck out, self-destructive, controversial, the criminal charges, the resentment. Remember when he was on Iyanla Van Zant and he blew up at her? But she did keep on like needling him and stuff. I kind of understood. But yeah, troubled soul. You know, he's done going on to his glory, and I think he might have been murdered too. Whenever there's a story of an overdose, I'm immediately suspect. I'm like, I don't know if that's a little suspect. So yeah, I really wonder. Bill Murray. Bill Murray is a Virgo. I love him in movies, but I heard he's very difficult to work with. So that combination, Virgo combined with Mars and Scorpio, I can see how he's difficult to work with, especially with him being a Virgo. But I love him in movies like Ghostbusters, Groundhog Day. What About Bob? Oh my God, What About Bob is so freaking funny. I even loved him in Little Shop of Horrors, the little scene he played where he was playing the masochist that was enjoying his dental surgery. So Bill Murray, he's a funny ass guy, but like I said, I heard he's very difficult to work with. But he gets a thumbs up in my book simply because of his contribution to film. Wait a minute, who harassed Solange? Was that Tyga or Bill Murray? All right, moving along. Believe it or not, that's Bobby Brown. Now he's really looking like TD Jakes right about now, but that's Bobby Brown. Y'all remember Bobby Brown? Yeah, he's looking like this right about now. I don't think Bobby Brown's going to be around for much longer, y'all. How old is Bobby now? Somebody let me know how old Bobby Brown is. I don't think he's going to be around for much longer, but I think it's quite interesting how he's outlived Whitney and Bobby Christina. And didn't Bobby lose a son too? Y'all let me know if Bobby lost. Don't he look like Jax right there? Didn't he lose a son too, Bobby Brown? Now, again, that Mars and Scorpio can result in being very die hard. Like you got that endurance, that stamina. You just keep going on and on. But you know, he's lived a very self-destructive life. So I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't make it too much longer. Because I saw him on a clip of a concert and he was shaking, man. It was terrible looking. So Bobby Brown is an Aquarius with Mars and Scorpio. That could be a bad combination for a lot of folks. Now, Tiffany said, I thought Aquarius is supposed to be beautiful. Well, the thing about Aquarius is they could start off beautiful, but then end up monstrous looking because Aquarius will put you through some drastic changes. Yeah, that's what I thought, Josie. So he did lose 2 children. Damn, and he's still holding on. Backslider? That's what he gonna be. He gonna be at the pulpit in a minute. If he was smart, he would get his church hustle on because he giving off that TD Jakes look right now. He needs to get up on that pulpit and start preaching and getting some dollars. You know how many people would go to Bobby Brown's church services? Sunday service with Bobby Brown. Don't be cruel. He'd be like, backslider. Because I would never be that cruel to you. I know, don't be cruel. When he got the ushers passing out the offering plates, he playing that song. I don't be cruel. Because I would never be that cruel to you. All right, next. Y'all remember this bitch? Brandy Glanville. Brandy Glanville is a Scorpio sun with Mars in Scorpio. And she was problematic on the Real Housewives. Wasn't she part of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills? And she was kind of like a bully. She would torment people. And then didn't she have a husband that was a criminal? Very Mars and Scorpio. So Brandy Glanville is a Scorpio with Mars and Scorpio. Don't be cruel. And some people with Mars and Scorpio are just cruel and brutal for no reason, just to get enjoyed, to see people again squirm and be intimidated and all that type of stuff. And she's had a lot of plastic surgery done on her face too, which is very Mars and Scorpio. Yes, Eddie Cibrian, that was his name. Yeah. Now, what did he do? What was his criminal charges? That's funny because her and Leanne Rimes, they kind of favor each other. So Vestal Virgin speaks that her husband dumped her for Leanne Rimes. I think I remember that. Leanne Rimes always looked kind of sleazy to me. She got that kind of like that redneck hoe vibe. So I'm not surprised that she stole somebody's man. All right, moving on. Weird Al Yankovic. Now, isn't it interesting? We were talking about Kurt Cobain having Mars and Scorpio, and then Weird Al Yankovic came out and did a spoof of Kurt Cobain's video, and they both got Mars and Scorpio. Now, Weird Al is a Libra, which is really good. Libra is the sign of impersonations. So that makes sense. And then with the Mars and Scorpio, that's him making these faces and just being very like out there and outlandish and just going the extra mile to get laughs and all that type of stuff. Remember, he did Gangster's Paradise spoof. That all his spoofs are funny as hell. He did a couple of Michael Jackson ones with the Eat It. He did on Fat. He did the Gangster Paradise one. That shit was hilarious. He did Madonna, like a virgin one. He did the Kurt Cobain Smells Like Teen Spirit one. He did some other ones too. He did Eat It. And then there was another one, You See Me Rolling. They Hate It. He did the Riding Dirty one too. Check out that one if you never saw. Oh yeah, the Amish Paradise. You spending most of our life living in an Amish paradise. That shit was hilarious. All right, moving along. Now, they say his sun is at the 29th degree of Libra, for those who are questioning. So he would be on the cusp. Weird Al Yankovic, if that's what y'all are talking about. Y'all love to try to jump in and correct me. I noticed that. Oh, now he's at that. I'll say one thing. George Washington has Mars and Scorpio, and I was going to include him in the list, but I wasn't trying to deal with the conflict that I encountered last time, because it's officially written that George Washington is a Pisces. But then I remember I said that during a live stream, and people was like, no, he's y'all. Some of y'all say he was some other sign than a Pisces. So I remember I double checked and it said George Washington is a Pisces and he has Mars and Scorpio. But sometimes there is conflicting information on the internet. But I've seen in a number of places where George Washington is a Pisces. But people in my live stream were saying, no, he's not a Pisces, he's something else. Uh-oh. Okay. Can y'all still hear me? I'm hoping that my line didn't go mute. Okay. So that's Weird Al. Aaron Carter, he got Mars in Scorpio and he's a Sagittarius. That could be a really hard combination. You see how he got his pants almost down where you can see his pubic hair and shit? That's so Mars and Scorpio. You see all these tattoos and shit, especially the tattoos on his face. That's very Mars and Scorpio. I know somebody ain't mentioning that damn Ophiuchus. But yeah, Aaron Carter, he had a sad life. He went through the period of self-destructiveness. I think he even had some psychotic episodes, which is very Mars and Scorpio. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was murdered, because then they try to say he died of a drug overdose. Again, kind of suspect if you ask me. And he said he was sexually abused by both his brother and his sister. So the sexual abuse, very Mars and Scorpio. The city of Las Vegas it has Mars in Scorpio. So Las Vegas, Mars and Scorpio. Las Vegas is a Taurus sun. Isn't that interesting with all the money? And then it got Mars and Scorpio. That's dealing with the mob ties. Remember, it was the mafia that came out and first started building up Las Vegas, and they took over. And if you want any insight into that, watch the movie Casino with Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, but it makes sense. Las Vegas has Mars and Scorpio, exactly, Queen Dorothy, Sin City. And, you know, people could go into debt just by being in Las Vegas and gambling all their money away, but also the strong sexual themes that are in Las Vegas. I remember the first time I went to Vegas, I couldn't believe how many advertisements there were for like prostitutes just out in the open, even on taxi cabs and shit. Yeah, crazy. Those casino cities tend to be very dark-sided anyway. It tends to attract the wrong type of people. So again, this is from the movie Casino, and it tells you all about the mob ties in Las Vegas and how they were running things and how there's a bunch of bodies in the Nevada desert as a result. And that's very Mars and Scorpio. All right, so we got through a lot of Mars and Scorpio celebrities and famous people, but I saved the best for last because we're going to be talking about the ugly ones. The ugly Mars and Scorpio people. You know what, Sam Rothstein, he made some real stupid decisions. It was because he allowed Ginger to, I'm like, don't even get me started because I could talk all night about that Casino movie. But yeah, like he was so smart and so slick with it, but he still allowed Ginger to freaking ruin him. Look who we have here. Well. Now, remember I said Mars and Scorpio could be the microbiologists, the virologists. Well, look who the fuck we have here. This little elf, this little dwarf, this little goblin. I think that's a fitting term for him. And you know, Mars and Scorpio people, some of them could be goblins in the flesh, like they're on the dark side like that. I mean, this guy, he's not going to be happy until every 6-week-old has a needle in their arm. A hot mess. Now, from what I heard, he has stepped down from his position. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this piece of trash, oh my God. And you know he has a patent for that virus. You know he was largely responsible for that virus getting out. It was his study that was dealing with that virus. And you know, this dude goes back to the times of the AIDS virus as well. So he's the epitome of the dark side of Mars and Scorpio, this piece of shit. And why it seems like guys like him, they don't ever die a gruesome death. They can live a long time. You know, that's what happens when you got Satan and demons on your side and you keep doing their bidding. You know, you can live a very long life. But it's like, you know, it seemed like he don't got blood. He got toxic sludge running through his veins. And I wonder what he's into sexually. You know, he got some skeletons in his closet beyond the shit dealing with viruses and vaccines and shit. Here's another ugly one. Ugly in terms of looks and ugly in terms of personality. Denise Richards will tell you that. Charlie Sheen. So Charlie Sheen, crazy maniac, got Mars in Scorpio. And what is his? I'm sorry, I should know. He's a Virgo, that's right, with Mars and Scorpio. And that combination can produce somebody that's very nasty and just very much into underage people sexually. And I remember when Denise Richards said that she found CP on his computer. Ever since I found that out, I was like, ew, he's a piece of shit. He's disgusting. And he looks like it. You could tell that evil is starting to really ooze out of his pores. He's not aging well. Tyree, you think he's handsome? I'm not, I don't see it. But he's starting to get that Ronald Reagan look. He's starting to give off Ronald Reagan, like strong. But yeah, he's a pervert. He's a predator. He's disgusting. And it was something about their kid. Wasn't she trying to get full custody of their kids because he was such a negative influence upon the kids? And remember, I said that Mars and Scorpio makes one very influential, and it could either be positive or negative. This is another ugly one. So he's in my ugly category. Look at his face. That's why he got all them boogers on his face and his skin tags, because the evil is oozing out of those pores. Let me tell you. Another one with Mars and Scorpio. Morgan Freeman, he just seems like a very dark-sided character. And didn't he start dating his stepdaughter or some shit like that? Now, Morgan Freeman, is he a Gemini? I'm looking on my list. Where are you at, Morgan? Oh, mole face. All right, where's my... Gotta actually use my finger because my eyes... Okay, yeah, he's a Gemini. Gemini with Mars and Scorpio. That combination, just throw all morals and ethics out the window. When you got a Gemini sun and you got Mars and Scorpio, like you being tempted all the time, you giving into them temptations if nobody's looking. And he can rationalize anything that he does, basically. You said Morgan Freeman is a black icon. He's a black spot on humanity. That's what he is. And it's funny because they choose him to do these documentaries about God and stuff, but I believe he's an atheist. I would say he's probably a straight up Satanist. He would probably be going to those parties. Oh, it was his step granddaughter? Wow. Wow. Wait a minute, his step granddaughter is dead now? Tyrese, I probably like him because I have Venus in Gemini. I will say he does, he's dependable when you need an old black man to play some slave or something like that. He's good with that. But, his time is up. I don't think nobody really wants to see him in a movie no more. I mean, what's he going to play? Some invalid on his deathbed? Some old ass pimp? Just look at him though. And he got that Mars and Scorpio face with the bulbous nose. He got that thick skin that looks like leather. This is another dark-sided, ugly ass Mars and Scorpio character. A lot of people probably don't know who this is, but there was a movie made about him, played by Johnny Depp, called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Some of y'all have seen that movie. And this is Hunter S. Thompson. Now, Hunter S. Thompson, he was like crazy drug maniac, alcoholic, but not just that. He used to like to go on top of hills, just like how you see in this picture. And he would shoot guns off randomly. And if he hit somebody, he would be happy about it. Also, I have this book called The Franklin Cover-Up, which is about these child predators in Washington, D.C. and Omaha, Nebraska. If you want some real hardcore truth and where it's scary, get that book. That book is crazy. The Franklin Cover-Up. I remember when I first read that shit, it was like I couldn't even sleep at night. I was so disturbed. But anyway, he's mentioned in the book, and it's been speculated that he actually recorded a snuff film before for these predators that are in Washington, D.C. Basically. Research this dude. And again, Johnny Depp befriended him. And Johnny Depp, he's suspect himself. Oh, God, this fool. Nick Cannon. Another dark-sided Libra with Mars and Scorpio. He can't keep his dick out of coochie. Always trying to create babies, spread his seed, spread his genetic bloodline. And it's weird because he's a sick man, like not just sick in the head, but he's sick physically. So you are spreading your sick ass sperm, making sick ass children, and didn't one of those kids already die because of his weak ass sperm? He had a little son, I think, that died. Son came out looking kind of special, and next thing you hear is that this little boy's dead. And then he still don't learn his lesson. He go create some more children with that weak ass sperm. And I think that's why he's creating so much children. He knows he got weak and diseased sperm, so he's overcompensating. I feel sorry for the kids that he's creating. God. And he's so egocentric, like he's an egomaniac. He always got some shit to say. Look at the getup he has on. He has a houndstooth jacket on with a polka dot tie. He thinks he's stylish, but he's clueless. But yeah, Nick Cannon, he could go sit down somewhere. Somebody needs to give him a vasectomy real quick. They need to just strap his ass down and give him a vasectomy. And what the hell is that in his beard? His little goatee. He always looks constipated too. This motherfucker. Now, we don't even got to get into him because I talked about him for quite a bit last night. Not much more to say about him, but he's part of the dark side of Mars and Scorpio. He's the epitome of that demonic influence, that demonic persona, all that type of stuff. He has that look where no, I don't want to take a break. My phone be asking me if I want to take a break and stuff, like it's a mental health counselor or something. He has that look where he makes you sick to your stomach, like you want to vomit up your lunch. And that could be very Mars and Scorpio too. Remember I talked about it can either pull you in or repel you. But even with him, it's like you don't like the way he looks, but you can't help but look at him because it's like a freak of nature. And you're just like, I can't look away even though I'm repulsed. All right. I know a lot of people know who this guy is on the left. That's Adolf Hitler. Now, he didn't have Mars and Scorpio, believe it or not, but his henchman, Joseph Goebbels, had Mars and Scorpio. And Joseph Goebbels, he was very fervent follower of Hitler. Like, he was so close to Hitler, he was almost up his ass. I wouldn't be surprised if they were lovers because from what I heard, the Nazi men, they were into men behind closed doors. Like I heard that they would have sexual relations with each other. Like most of them were gay, even though Hitler wouldn't admit that in public. But it looks like Joseph Goebbels probably did like a lot of backdoor action from Adolf Hitler. But actually Adolf Hitler, he seemed like the type that wanted to get rammed up the ass too. So, because a lot of times men that are very powerful like that, the power trippers, some control freaks, they like to get done up the ass with a big ass dick. Or if it's not a dick, like a wine bottle or some crazy shit like a wrench or one of them ball peen hammers or some shit like that, some crazy power bottom shit. I think Adolf Hitler probably was a power bottom, but he probably was too. Here's another one. Sleazy, disgusting, nasty. Help to corrupt people. So again, remember the Mars and Scorpio can result in you corrupting people. This is Larry Flint, creator of Hustler magazine. Now let me see. Larry Flint. What's his sun sign? Where's perverts at? Let me see. Where are you at? Okay, he's a Scorpio sun with Mars and Scorpio. Not a surprise. Remember I said some of them will be extra focused on the genitals. Well, I believe it was Larry Flint who was the first to put out pornography where you could actually see everything that a woman had. You could see the labia, the clitoris, and sometimes even the cervix. I mean, he let these women bust it wide open. And his magazines were some of the most vulgar magazines around. They even came out with the Hustler story and all that in some areas. I remember Arizona had a Hustler store, but then that shit closed down. But yeah, nasty. And you know, somebody shot him once because they were sick of his perverted ways, and he ended up in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. And I think he was into underage too. A lot of these pornographers are into underage and even worse stuff, because again, if they're outwardly this overtly sexual, what are they hiding in the closet? That's what you have to ask them. He looked like the type that was into underage people. Now, we done seen this motherfucker a few times in the past couple of months. Joseph Stalin, he keeps coming up. He just won't die. So Joseph Stalin, Sagittarius. Oh, I learned. Oh my God, I saw this very interesting documentary on Joseph Stalin, and it was very short, but it had people pissed off in the comment section. And I was pissed off too, because with this rationale, it made no sense. So I was watching this. This just shows you how the universe works. Like when you're into something, the universe will sometimes bring the shit right to you. So I don't know how I stumbled upon this video, but I'm watching it and they're talking about Joseph Stalin, and they talk about how he had 2 horoscopes, and they even had a Russian astrologer. In Russia they call it astrologist. They had a Russian astrologist talking about the fact that at one point in Joseph Stalin's life, he had his professional astrologer create a whole chart for him because he knew that his chart made him look like a homicidal maniac. I was like, and in the documentary, it was so misleading because they basically said, yeah, if you change your horoscope, you can change the course of your destiny and your life. And I'm like, that's not true. I was like, your horoscope, your natal chart is set in stone. Now, of course, you got relocation charts and all that, but that natal chart still is the dominant chart. And it's showing how your fate is, it's showing your destiny and all that. He even had them change the year of his birth from like 1878 to 1879, I think. He went from December 18th. Let me tell you how crazy this dude was. He had his astrologer come up with the right birthday that would make him like this wonderful leader and this very successful guy. And he changed his birthday from December 18th to December 21st because the astrologer told him, he was like, no successful leader that's going to be well loved would be born on the 18th. He was like, but if you're, and that numerology part is right, what he's saying. And a lot of people still didn't love him even after he changed that birth year and birthday. So he changed it from December 18th to December 21st, 1898 or some one of those, but he changed it a whole year and by a few days. And I was like, yo, this just shows you how psycho he was, where he wasn't even dealing with reality and he thought he could even control. Remember how I said Mars and Scorpio can be controlling? He was trying to control his fate through his natal chart. Like, that's insane, by trying to come up with a, and remember I said Mars and Scorpio deals with fraud. That's fraudulent right there. But yeah, I learned that shit this week. I was like, yo, that shit is crazy. And I saw somebody in the comment section, they was like, oh, as soon as I heard them talk about horoscopes, I stopped watching this video. He was like, I don't got time for that childish stuff. And I was like, if only you knew, fool. People be cracking me up. These skeptics of astrology, they have no idea. This is another crazed maniac that's in the ugly category. Mao Zedong, Dick. He was the communist leader of China back in the day. I mean, he was evil. He called for a lot of deaths, very controlling. So Mars and Scorpio. Now, Mao Zedong was a Capricorn with Mars and Scorpio. That combination can make a ruthless government leader, president, dictator, what have you. Look at his hair. That alone, I mean, come on now. Now he got that Mars and Scorpio face that I talk about. The thick looking skin, the prominent bulbous nose, even like a lot of them have rounded off faces, a lot of them. He got a moon face. All right, moving along. Look who else we got. This is one ugly motherfucker, I swear. I mean, he looks like he's wearing like a mask. Like, remember Michael Myers from Halloween? Look like he's wearing a Michael Myers mask. But one that has like, was left out in the rain and got all moldy and like got all wet and just, that's what it looked like he got on his face. Now, y'all know who this is. This is Harvey Weinstein. And Harvey Weinstein, where the sucker at? Harvey Weinstein is a Pisces. That's right. Sleazy ass Pisces with Mars and Scorpio. And you know, when you got that combination, you don't have no sexual boundaries at all. And I bet you he wishes he had some in prison right about now. But yeah, I mean, look at, he got a fucking Michael Myers mask on and shit. That shit is, oh my God, it's scary. It's like his skin is melting off. So he's another one that got a Mars and Scorpio face with that like nose and the thick rubbery leathery skin and oh Lord. Woo, sometimes evil is very apparent on the surface. Sometimes you can judge a book by its cover. Like women were actually going back to his hotel room. Oh Lord. Now let's move on. Boom. Oh my God. Look who we have here. 2 peas in a pod. You know, Harvey Weinstein was good friends with Oprah Winfrey. Oprah is an Aquarius with Mars and Scorpio too. And you know, Oprah, she had that school for girls in Africa and girls started being molested at that school. Now, Oprah wasn't doing it. It was like some of the teachers doing it and shit. But I think it's also funny that she was really good friends with Harvey Weinstein, knowing who Harvey Weinstein is and like what he was into and all this stuff. And I saw a video one time, it was really strange, where Oprah was like introducing this young girl to Harvey Weinstein. It was like she was grooming this young girl and like handing her over to him for the slaughter. It was scary. So, you know, Oprah, she got a lot of skeletons in her closet. Also that Mars and Scorpio, you know, the sex theme, you know, I'm sure she's licked mad clits in her day. But, you know, Gayle King has been her mainstay the whole way through. And then look who else. Dr. Phil. He was associated with Oprah. Like Oprah was the one who gave him his start. Dr. Phil, he's a Virgo, ain't he? With Mars and Scorpio. I wonder what his sex life is like. And I'm not buying that whole happy marriage between him and Robin, where she comes out at the end of every show and waves and stuff and acts like she's the supportive wife. Bullshit. Dr. Phil is evil, unconvinced. And he has a fraudulent thing going on because from what I heard, he ain't a real doctor. Thank you, Queen Dara D. Said it right there. He ain't a real doctor. So he qualifies as the fraud in the Mars and Scorpio category. Now, he acts like he's the psychiatrist, which is very Mars and Scorpio, acts like he's a psychologist. He always trying to psychologize people. He always trying to intimidate people with his look and stuff. And I want you to get happy about your life. I think what you're saying is a bunch of bull crap. He is, you know what? It's people like him that be judging everybody that got the most skeletons in their closet. I can't wait till the truth comes out about this man. Now, didn't he have a sexual harassment case or something like that? Roma said he is so weird and made people feel bad for quiet quitting at work. Oh, yeah, I remember when that came out. So he has a degree in business. Yeah, he's a ruthless businessman. That's what he is. And he loves to basically tear people down. And remember, I said that's one of the negative traits of Mars and Scorpio, to tear people down. He likes to see people squirm in their seats. That's very Mars and Scorpio. He likes to probe people. That's very Mars and Scorpio. I wonder what else he likes to probe. Anal probe. All right. Why do I want to laugh when I see this picture? Why is he shaped funny like that? Aaron Hernandez, Scorpio sun, Mars and Scorpio. I still got to do a case study on him. I know a few of y'all wanted me to do a case study on this crazy dude. Now, some people were saying that he suffered from that concussion shit where he started to lose his mind after getting hit in the head a few times on the football field. I can't remember like all the details of the murder case and all that stuff. I just remember that he's a nutcase. Said no, maybe that's why I want to laugh at this picture. It does look like he don't have no arm. And like his face. Yes, criminal, which is very Mars and Scorpio. Strong ass neck. Somebody, you said RIP. Is he dead now? Oh my God. He don't look like he know how to wipe his ass right either. And him being a football player would make sense because you know them jocks, they don't really pay attention to detail a lot of times when they're off of the field. Oh God. It just keeps getting worse and worse, y'all. Damn. Because I forgot some of the ones I put up in here in the ugly category. And if you notice, a lot of these people are ugly on the inside and out. So we got Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, you can't get much more uglier than this guy. And you know, I did say Mars and Scorpio could be the spy, right? And I believe that's what he is. He has created Facebook and now it's called Meta to spy on us for the government. So he gets a big thumbs down in my book. We don't even know if this fool is human. He don't look human. So he's a Taurus with Mars and Scorpio. He is a strange dude. I wonder what he's into sexually. Doesn't he have an Asian wife or something? He does look like AI. Look at, even when you look at his eyeballs. Remember I said Mars and Scorpio can be trans. So maybe he's not transgender, he's transhuman. Because something ain't adding up with that. And then why is his hairline like that? What is up? You know how when it comes to androids and like these robots, they can never get certain features right with the human, like when they try to make them look human. And I think that's what that hair situation is pointing to. Like they can't get it just right because they're not God. They're trying to act like they're God by creating these android characters like Mark Zuckerberg. But again, it's not fooling a lot of us that have the spiritual discernment. It's almost like his skin is made out of like some type of latex material. Meta. All right, moving along. And I gotta decipher this little icon right here, this little this symbol, because I'm sure there's something satanic about it. I don't know what it is, but I don't trust this shit. Oh God, it keeps getting worse and worse. Look who we have here. This one is a Scorpio sun and Mars in Scorpio. And that Mars is in his 12th house. So you know he got some dark skeletons in his closet. But he basically shows you who he is if you really open your eyes and pay attention and really see who this guy really is. He is a monster. He is a predator. He is disgusting. And he happens to be the president of the United States. And people voted for this motherfucker, even though they saw pictures of him doing shit like this. This is the thing I don't understand about people. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to vote for him anyway because he's the lesser of two evils. They showed you in plain sight what this motherfucker was, and y'all still voted for him. Why? Because Trump was so bad and he was so evil and stuff. Now they went to his house and they're finding these secret files. I wonder what these secret files are about, but that's very much dealing with his Mars and Scorpio in the 12th house. Yes, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your cat, hide your dog. because he's into everything, I'm sure. I'm sure he's did about just about everything. All I'm saying. Woo. Don't get me started. I mean, this is all we're living in clown world right now. Straight up clown world. And I know he probably got bodies on him with all that Scorpio energy in his 12th house, including Mars. And it's squaring his Leo energy. Scary. Look at that little girl. She looks terrified. Come on now. I mean, let's get serious for a minute. Let's get serious. Look at the little girl's face. This almost makes me want to cry. And look at her evil ass parents or whoever these people are standing around her. This girl looks traumatized. She looks like she's paralyzed. Like she's like, oh my God, I want to move so bad, but I can't. He is caressing her face and then smelling her hair and probably whispering something to her. This is a predatory act that's being captured on the camera. This is the president of the United States. Yeah, his moon and Taurus got him smelling these kids. And he probably eats them too sometimes when he can. This is the president of the United States doing this shit in plain sight. This is the world we live in, y'all. And if you want to pretend like you're not seeing what's actually taking place, you know, you can stick your head in the sand if you want. But it's time to wake up and realize that these people that run these countries and run the world, this is what they're into. That poor little girl. Again, look at her facial expression. Look how tense her body looks. Look at her shoulder. She's tense. So this is letting you know that they allow these kids to be abused right out in the open. Oh my God. I just got a thing where it said, yo, YouTube coming for me. Let me stop. Okay, we going on to the next one. The chat was just interrupted, y'all. I can barely look at the screen. Yo, the chat was interrupted. It said something like, wow. Can y'all still hear me? That is correct. Yo, they are really monitoring this shit hard. I hope y'all can still hear me. They tried to interrupt the chat for a minute because I got an error message. But yeah, look who we have here. This one is a Cancer sun with Mars and Scorpio. I hope y'all are really starting to see how dark this Mars and Scorpio can be and how these people can be straight up predacious with Mars and Scorpio. Look at that face, man. Again, the evil is oozing out of his skin. You know, sometimes if somebody has so much evil and dark energy in them, it starts to show on the outside. Look at those skin tags. Look at that eye. It's basically consuming him. All of his dirty deeds that he has done over the years is starting to really consume him. And he has that Mars and Scorpio face with the bulbous nose, the extra thick, leathery skin. He looks like a monster right now. Can you imagine? Yeah, face boogers and everything. Can you imagine waking up to that? Somebody said shit oozing out his eye. God, but again, this shows you karma is a motherfucker. Because as much money as he has, why is he looking like that? That's old Bill Cosby, though. Mars and Scorpio. So a man that has a Cancer sun with Mars and Scorpio, it's like they really can't control themselves around women. And of course, not all. But if you're already leaning towards the dark side and you got that combination, you're going to have a hard time resisting the temptation to overpower women, to assault women, abuse them, what have you, have your way with them. I'm done with you, Aaron. Aaron said, look, like he's wearing a spiritual STD. That is the truth. Preach. That is so true, though. You ain't telling no lies. Like he's wearing a spiritual STD. That is the truth. Oh my God, it's 11:27. I didn't get my steps in today. That's 2 days in a row. See what happens when I try to go live? I didn't get my exercise in today, and I'm going to miss the deadline. Damn. I'm falling off. Oh my God, I don't have time. I mean, I could start marching now, but it ain't, I don't have enough time. I just fucked up, man. I was on a roll too, doing my steps, doing my quota every day. Yesterday, I didn't make it because I was doing a live stream. Today, I didn't make it because I was busy preparing for this live stream. And now I'm on the live stream and it's almost 12 midnight and I didn't get my steps in. Damn, I'm going to have to do triple the amount tomorrow. And you don't understand how hard it is for me to be consistent with exercise. That's why I'm like kicking myself right now. I should have did it earlier, but I was consumed with work. Okay, here's another crazy one. Mars and Scorpio. We got Greta Thunberg. How you pronounce this chick's name? She's crazy. Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg. Crazy little environmental activist. She needs to do one of those, what do you call those, self-immolation things to just show how she's so fervent for this world and the climate change and all that type of stuff. But where's her, is she a Scorpio sun? I think she's a Scorpio sun and Mars in Scorpio. Where's her on my list? Where is this chick? She is an annoying little bitch. Oh my God. Okay, where are we at? I can't find her. I have too many things written down. But I'm almost certain she's a Scorpio. Greta. Oh, there she is. No, she's a Capricorn with Mars and Scorpio. And again, that combination can make a ruthless leader, somebody that will stop at nothing to will control. Both Capricorn and Scorpio are controlling signs. So when you got those two signs working with you, yeah, you might be a serious control freak asshole, which she is. Oh yeah, remember that strange Andrew Tate thing? If you ask me, that was set up. That shit was fake. Hey, King Jason, that shit was fake. I feel like both her and Andrew Tate are actors. Because again, all the world is a stage, and these people up at the top, they got these crisis actors, they got these people that are playing these roles to serve certain agendas. Yeah, she's a psyop. All right, does anybody know who this is? He's a problem too, because he was a co-founder of Twitter. And when he was CEO, and even after he got fired as CEO, he was allowing all that CP to be on Twitter. First of all, I don't think P should be on Twitter, period. Or if it's on Twitter, I believe it shouldn't be so easily accessible. Like you should be able to have to like put in some type of code or something to be able to access the porn that's on Twitter. Yes, Jack Dorsey, that's his name. So he's part of the ugly list. And Jack Dorsey is a Scorpio with Mars and Scorpio. I just hate Twitter, period. I think Twitter is my least favorite social media site. Like, I hate Twitter. I still have a Twitter account, but I never post on my Twitter. And I'm going to tell you why I hated Twitter from the very beginning. Because I noticed that you would get followers and then you post one thing and then you would lose like 5 followers off of just posting one thing. I also hated how they limited you to 140 characters or whatever, how many. I think that's stupid too. I think Twitter is just dumb. And it's hard to, like, it's not clear. Everything's all convoluted and all squeezed together. It's just ugly. It's just, to me, I hate Twitter. I hate Twitter. I hate Twitter. And I hate him. No, I'm just playing. I don't even know him like that. But I detest Twitter. I think I hate Twitter more than I hate Facebook. I hate Facebook with a passion, and I hate Twitter, and I'm starting to hate Instagram. All these social media sites can go to hell. YouTube, I love YouTube, but YouTube's getting real bad too. All these it's just disgusting how much control they're wielding over people on these social media sites, and how they'll censor you, but they'll allow all this porn. You see what I mean? Like, if you have conservative viewpoints, or if you're speaking the truth about something, especially before Elon Musk took over, it was so easy to get censored on Twitter, but they allowed the most hardcore porn on there. Make it make sense. This just showed you this world is so upside down. I hate these people. I hate them. See, now the Mars in Scorpio is becoming really, really infected. It's infecting me, because I'm like filled with hatred right now, and just like, I hate these people up at the top. I hate them with a passion. I hate them all. They all could go to hell and suck on the devil's dick. I can't stand all of them. Okay, I got that out of my system. Oh God, I can't stand this dude either. Lil Nas X, another Mars and Scorpio character. And remember, I said Mars and Scorpio people could corrupt people. And, he was probably corrupted from an early age, but he could also be the fraud type of Mars and Scorpio. Like I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't even gay. Like, it's all an act. Now, he probably is gay, but the way he lets it all hang out, that's probably not who he really is. He's serving some agenda. And the agenda is to make people all thinking about sex and Satan. Remember that video he had, Call Me By My Name, with the Satanic? He was like giving the devil a lap dance and all that type of stuff. So he's trying to corrupt young minds by being all about sex and Satan, which is basically one and the same thing, because it's just ultra materialism, where there's no spirituality, there's no holiness, it's just nastiness. Now, Lil Nas X is an Aries with that Mars and Scorpio. That could be a nasty combination. Like, he doesn't it's where it's no holds barred. You could just let your balls hang out. You could bend over, spread your cheeks, pucker up your asshole, all that type of stuff. And it's okay, because he got that Aries, Mars, and Scorpio combination. So they picked the perfect person to corrupt the youth and carry out this nonsense and all this stuff. I mean, and you know what? I feel like this is insulting and degrading to gay men too. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he's not representing right for gay men, because it's making it seem like all gay men care about is sex and bending over. You know what I'm saying? And that's so untrue. But again, he's exploiting gay men. He's exploiting men in general. And he's basically degrading these men in this. Well, they're degrading themselves. But it's insulting. Insulting. And, gay men and women, they've worked so hard to be respected in the world. And then here comes Lil Nas X putting this shit out, making it seem like, fostering the gay stereotype. Come on now, that shit ain't right. And I can't believe more gay people haven't spoken out about this shit. Because again, it is fostering the negative stereotypes about gay men, and especially gay Black men. Moving along. So here's another event that has happened. The reign of terror occurred when Mars was in Scorpio. And the reign of terror was like a 4-day massacre that was taking place in the French Revolution. So I just wanted to add that in there. I love that artwork. Oh, I'm starting to get cramps in my back. Oh, Lord. It's because I allowed this Mars and Scorpio energy to infect me. Woo. All right. Okay, this is Little Yachty. Now, he's in the ugly category simply because he's ugly. Now, I didn't he do something wrong or something? I don't know much about this dude, but he is a clown. And he's a Virgo with that Mars and Scorpio. I'm sure he's had to do a lot of bending over and getting on his knees and stuff to get a record deal and all this stuff. Does he even have any real talent? I don't know. This shit is wearing me out, all these dark-sided people. I'm just getting a headache. It's just getting crazy. Whew. I feel like the life is being sucked out of me. Here's another one. Howard Stern. He's another one that corrupted people with his nasty commentary, his nasty radio show. And, you know, he came out before Jerry Springer, I believe. And, you know, where his radio show was just horrible, like with the sexual content and him basically like just insulting people. He just seems like a real sleazeball, disgusting ass man. Now, Howard Stern is a Capricorn with Mars in Scorpio, and it definitely shows he's another one that has that Mars and Scorpio face with the bulbous nose and the thick leathery skin. He looks like he could be wearing a mask too. And what's up with that wig? Like, he wore a wig for years. I wonder what his hair really looks like. So that's Howard Stern. And then, this is interesting. Remember his sidekick, Robin. Robin Quivers, which I think is a very strange name, Quivers. It sounds sexual to me. But Robin Quivers has Mars in Scorpio as well. So I think that's really interesting. So Robin Quivers is a Leo with Mars in Scorpio. And I think she's very questionable simply because she was riding with Howard Stern for so many years. I wonder what skeletons she has in her closet. Yeah, but let me see. Moving along, and she would always just laugh at everything. It didn't matter how disgusting and repulsive it was. Everything was funny to her. Actually, she's low down. There's another interesting one. Now, the country of North Korea has Mars in Scorpio, and it makes sense because North Korea is one of the most controlling countries in the world. So it makes sense that North Korea has Mars in Scorpio. Yes, indeed. And that might be it. Oh, no, we got some more. Chelsea Manning. Remember I said Mars and Scorpio can be transgender? Well, Chelsea Manning was she in the army? Chelsea used to be a he. Got in trouble with the military, got court-martialed for doing some shady, low-down shit, Mars and Scorpio, and then decided to become a woman. Chelsea Manning, I forget what his male name was. But here he is once he's transitioned. But he looked real feminine beforehand. So I could kind of understand his transition because he was looking real soft. Look at that weak ass chin. Could barely grow a beard. But why that chin look more rough now that he's Chelsea? Why look more squared off and more? But yeah, very annoying face. And I remember when he transitioned, I was thinking, is he doing this to try to be in a women's prison so that he doesn't have to deal with the men and all that type of stuff? I wouldn't be surprised. I can't remember what he got. Bradley Manning. Thank you, Roma. His name was Bradley Manning and then transitioned to Channing or Chelsea. Wait a minute, is it Channing or Chelsea? Yeah. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. I can barely look. I think this is the last one for the Mars and Scorpio. And the reason why I'm showing them, and this is what I was talking about last night, about how dark Mars and Scorpio can be. And remember, Marilyn Manson has Mars and Scorpio. Some of y'all might be fans of this band, but I stay clear from this satanic type of rock. This is a band called Mayhem, and I'm going to read a little bit about this scene. So they are representing Norway. Norway is a Scandinavian country in Northern Europe. And one of the things that struck me about Norway that always had me scratching my head, some of the most satanic, evilest, death metal, black metal groups have come out of Norway. Mayhem, who these guys are part of this group. Just looking at them, I'm scared. Like, I'm scared of these guys. I'm scared of this black metal stuff. I'm like, because it's so demonic and it's so crazy. But let me just read a little bit of this article that I found about the Norway black metal scene. Because again, Norway has Mars and Scorpio, and that's the answer to my question about why they were so much into, of course, not all Norwegians are into this black metal, but it had a huge movement in Norway, the black metal movement. It was huge. And I think it still is. And it scares the mess out of me. And some of them wear the corpse paint and stuff like that. And there's been suicides and murders in the black metal community and all this. It's just scary. This is the stuff of nightmares for me. But let me just read a little bit, because I found this website and it's called The Story of Norwegian Black Metal. Now, remember, Norway has Mars in Scorpio. It says there's more to Norway than oil and seafood. One of the country's biggest ever exports is an entire genre of music, but it's not to everyone's taste. What comes to mind when you think about Norwegian music? I think about that black metal. It is the cheesy, what does the fox say of Ylvis, or the 1980s stylings of pop royalty, Aha's Take on Me. Perhaps it's the modern synth pop of Aurora. For many, all of this is irrelevant, and Norway's only worthwhile music is something altogether more niche. Today, it's time to talk about Norwegian black metal. Content warning, this article touches on themes such as self-harm and that S word. You know, when you unalive yourself. They already demonetized me, so I don't know why I'm being careful. So we're going to skip over the overview of heavy metal. We're just going to get right into Norwegian black metal. So black metal is primarily focused on the occult. And you got a lot of occultists that have Mars in Scorpio or strong Scorpio energy. Scorpio rules the occult, as well as demons in the astral realm. Themes such as Satanism are commonplace and is often billed as the anti-religious movement. Rather than low growl vocals, Norwegian black metal generally has higher pitched vocals, more akin to shrieking like a demon. In terms of production, this is also a key thing. It is deliberately lo-fi. Remember I told you how these vibrations affect people? And music is all vibration. The music was originally intended to be solely for the people on the scene and was recorded on primitive equipment. One underpinning word that comes up in almost anything you read about black metal is authentic. Perhaps more than any other music genre, its artists strive to stay true to the roots of the music by the fans, for the fans, and avoid corruption by commercial interests. So basically, some of these black metal artists really live that life. And there was one in particular named Euronymous, who was part of Mayhem, that murdered somebody, I believe. And then one of the bandmates of Mayhem unalived himself. No, I'm just saying committed suicide, because I can't censor myself, and I can't say unalived. It sounds stupid. So I'm gonna stop playing these censorship games. YouTube, do what you want. He was found by Mayhem guitarist Euronymous, who, oh, wait a minute. Here it is, the suicide story about this Mayhem. So it says this black circle was effectively kicked off by the suicide of Mayhem's vocalist Dead. His stage appearances, in which he wore corpse paint, often included butchering of dead animals and self-harm. But some of these people, I bet you, are vegan, but they be going to concerts where they're watching animals being butchered. He slit his wrist before shooting himself in the head. He was found by Mayhem guitarist Euronymous, who rearranged the scene to take photos before calling the police. Euronymous also made necklaces out of bits of bone that he claimed were from the Dead's corpse. So basically, it just talks about how dark and demonic this music is and how some of them really try to live that life like that and be very dark and demonic and shit. And there's been a number of suicides in the black metal community. There's been some murders happening. And I think that the reason why it really took off in Norway, in addition to the Mars and Scorpio, is because, you know, they're so far up north, they don't get, there's days where they don't get a lot of sun. And that has an effect upon people. There's this disorder called seasonal affective disorder, SAD for short. And that can mean when you're depressed because the sun isn't shining during the winter time as much as it usually is, and it's cold and it's bleak and it's dark and it's dreary. But yeah, I just wanted to finish up the Mars and Scorpio live stream talking about this black metal that came out of Norway, and Norway has Mars and Scorpio. So I hope y'all enjoyed the Mars and Scorpio live stream. I know it was kind of intense with all these damn celebrities, but you know, with Mars and Scorpio, you got to be intense. You got to go hard. And that's what I did. I tried to go hard for y'all. So I know some of y'all got questions. Let me open up my super chat to see who posted a question. I know some of my Diggle planets have questions as well. And I can't believe I missed my quota with my exercise, and I'm so disappointed in myself. But you know, it's always a trade-off, like I said, with the square aspect in your chart. And this is dealing with my squares between my ascendant and Capricorn moon and my Jupiter and Aries. And yeah, I just didn't have enough time to get my exercise in, and I'm upset about it. But I'm not that upset because at least I was productive. I got this video out, and yeah, so all's not lost, and I can always make up for the 2 days where I didn't meet my quota. But it's been like 2 months since I didn't do it 2 days in a row. That's damn, just but you know, things happen. So let me go to let me see. Oh, thank you so much, Amira. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for the love. See, what I should do tomorrow is not eat hardly anything to make up for not being able to exercise yesterday and today. I should like do a fast. Like I already do the intermittent fasting, but I should only eat I should do like a keto meal tomorrow where I don't eat any carbs or starches. I'm gonna still have me a root beer because I need one. But yeah, I should just eat very light tomorrow just to balance it out. All right, what am I looking for? Okay, I'm looking for super chats. All right. Okay, so Temperance Cold Tarot, thank you for your super chat. You said one more. Do you think Pluto and Aquarius will make more people of color come out the closet? Personally, I associate Scorpio with Black men and Pisces with Black women. That's interesting that you associate Scorpio with Black men. You can tell us why you feel that way. Oh yeah, King Jason, I will do a Die Suddenly video. I'll just say with Pluto in Aquarius, more people will probably come out the closet in general. I don't even think it'll just be Black people per se, or more people could just be more experimental with their sexuality. But I'll be doing a whole video on Pluto and Aquarius before Pluto enters Aquarius, so stay tuned for that. And then Brandon, Thank you for your super chat. You said, hey, Rod, I just wanted clarity on acting in regional theater. Being on the Saturn IC line in LA has me energetically tapped out. And I definitely miss acting professionally on stage. Cancer midheaven, thanks. So you want me to see if you'll be successful acting in regional theater? Okay, let's see. Should you pursue acting in regional theater? I'm about to crack open a root beer. I'm about to say, fuck it. Open up a root beer since I, didn't get to exercise like I wanted to. And just be a fat bitch for the rest of the night. No, I'm not fat at all. I just want to lose about 10 pounds. And I got a vacation coming up. Yo, y'all, I never take a vacation. Never. And I'm actually taking a real vacation next month. I can't believe it. I'm getting excited. I'm not going to tell y'all where I'm going just yet or what I'm doing, but y'all know, and I will document it. I will be doing some videos, so you'll see me on vacation and stuff like that. But yeah, I've been working hard and I really deserve a vacation. And I do want to lose a couple of more pounds, a few more pounds before I go on vacation. That's why I'm like really kicking myself for missing my exercise quota today. All right, so let's see. So I got the strength card, and that strength card is very much about performing. It can deal with acting. Now, the strength card can mean to be patient and to, use your wits and basically use what's around you to make the most of your situation. And it's telling me that if you mean regional where you're traveling, I am seeing where that is going to happen with the Seven of Swords following that strength card. So spread your wings, do the regional theater, and be part of a traveling theater troupe or group or whatever. Looks like you will be successful, but at some point, it does look like you'll even branch out even further beyond the region, I guess you could say. Thank you, Alex. Yes, I'm getting so excited. I am getting so excited because again, I don't take vacations like that. I don't think the last time I went on vacation, it wasn't even my idea. It was my mom and my stepdad, and they took us to Disney World, and it was mainly for the grandkids and stuff. But I went along, and that was a vacation, but I'm actually taking a vacation. Yes, and I can't wait. All right, let me see. Roma, thank you for your super chat. You said, hi, Rahbinah, accompany Neutron Factory. Remember that song, Neutron Dance, by the Pointer Sisters? And we recently lost Anita Pointer from the Pointer Sisters. You said a company, Neutron Factory, is hiring electricians. Should I apply? Could I make more money with them? Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, I think we will one day, King Jason. Could you make more money with Neutron Factory? All right, let's see. I got the 5 of Pentacles, Roma. So that's telling me that I don't see you making more money with Neutron. They're probably going to try to start you at some entry level rate. So it looks like it won't even be worth leaving your current job for Neutron. You probably wouldn't like working there anyway. Probably because of the politics there and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not even worth applying from what I could see. I feel you, Queen Dara D. When I come back from this vacation that I'm taking next month, I will start to think about, putting something together for us to meet up, especially before they spring another crisis on us and they say we can't travel and shit. I am on edge about that because you never know nowadays the next time they're going to say, oh, here go another pandemic. Here goes some climate change shit. So my Pluto and Aquarius video is going to be dealing with a lot of stuff that they could have planned for us. And yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Did y'all hear about all those flights being grounded because the FAA shit got all scrambled or something? I was like, damn, Pluto ain't even in Aquarius yet. Because during my New Year's Eve party, I was talking about how Pluto and Aquarius can mess up flights, and where there could be, planes that aren't taking off, or grounded flights, or problems with the controls and shit like that. So yeah, but I'm not gonna say it all. I'll wait till I do that video on Pluto and Aquarius. Now, Oro, if you're still here, I know you had a question as a diggable planet. You might have fell asleep. Oh, here you are. You said, my question is, am I protected and have a connection to my ancestors? Will I be safe and secure living independently throughout life? All right. Are you protected? Do you have a connection with your ancestors? Will you be safe and secure living independently throughout life? I got the Wheel of Fortune for your question about, will you be protected? And with that Wheel of Fortune, it's really about who you surround yourself with, where you go. That Wheel of Fortune is very much a travel card. So the first thing I'm thinking of is, when you're in your car in particular, you need to carry some form of spiritual protection, like how I do in my car. I carry wormwood herb, and I carry a rune that deals with trap protection on your journeys. And then I have tiger's eye, because I don't play around, because I've been in a number of car accidents. So you can have added protection, like that Wheel of Fortune say you need to get added protection. So getting some type of amulet, some type of stone that has protective qualities, definitely want to do that. And it can show that when you're traveling outside your local area, you got to kind of be more about safety and security. Then you said, do you have a connection to your ancestors? I got the King of Pentacles. So that could be one male ancestor in particular that, has, is very significant in your family tree. Could be a grandfather. So I'm seeing one main ancestor in particular. There could be others. But that King of Pentacles is a really good sign, because they could be helping you out on the material plane. Then I got the World card for, will you be safe and secure living independently throughout life? That World card is pretty much a yeah, because you could say you're isolated or insulated from any threats. So you'll be good. You will be good. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That makes me think of that Wheel of Fortune card. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us debtors, and forgive our debts as we forgive us debtors, or whatever. Lead us not into temptation. We need to say the Lord's Prayer after this Mars and Scorpio shit. Lead us not into temptation. Speaking of temptation, Mars and Scorpio. But deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. That prayer is powerful, especially when you are dealing with some Mars and Scorpio energy. Another prayer that's really good is, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He sound like, he maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me through the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before my enemies, or for me presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. They're talking about that ninth house. They'll dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Ninth house shit. And then I memorized the, oh, this is very interesting. So I also saw that the Virgin Mary has Mars in Scorpio. That made me raise an eyebrow. Of course, it's a hypothetical chart. But when I tell you, working with the Virgin de Guadalupe, which is basically the Virgin Mary, yo, she be getting results for you. She may not, help you all the time, but I've seen what she can do in action. You get one of those Virgin de Guadalupe candles and you say the prayer on the back, or you say your position. And yeah, I memorized the Hail Mary. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with me. Or Lord, it's late. I keep on stumbling. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. You don't have to be a Christian and say some of these prayers, because it will bring you peace of mind. It can really help to put out some positive energy. It can restore your hope and faith. I be using Psalms. I be using certain prayers, and I'm not a Christian. But if you need help, sometimes the Virgin Mary will help you out. Because at the end of the day, these are archetypal images that are spiritual. It's spiritual energy that you're calling upon. Some people call on Jesus. Some people call on God. Some people call on Allah. Some people, say, Buddha bless you. But it's all the same beneficent energy at the end of the day, if you think about it. And that energy is here to help us, protect us, guide us, keep us safe from harm, help to alleviate our fears. That's Psalm 23 in particular. That's a really good prayer to say when you are feeling fearful, doubtful, when somebody won't leave you alone. You say that Psalms 23 and you immediately start to feel more empowered. Prayer can be very empowering. No, Lisa, I'm not a Christian, but I'm a believer. I'm a believer that there's a higher power out there. I'm a believer that there is a divine force. I am a believer that, at the end of the day, our sins will be counted and our good deeds will be weighed out. I believe in karma. I believe at the end of the day, everybody's going to have to answer for what they've done, whether it's in this life or in the next life. You got a lot of evil people that will start to get really scared when they get close to the end of their life. Like, that's not a good trade-off, if you ask me. You doing evil, you getting a bunch of riches and rewards in return, but then when you come to the end of your life, you start to shake in your boots. You're scared because you're facing death head on, and you're facing God head on. And you're going to have to answer for your deeds, your misdeeds. Aleister Crowley was like that. From what I heard, he was known as the wickedest man on earth, the B666. But I heard that when he was on his deathbed, he was cowering like a little pussy, scared as shit. And basically, from what I heard, it might be just speculation, but that he basically tried to give his life to God at the last minute, like tried to, renounce his worship of Satan and all that stuff and all the evil deeds he did. You tend to change your tune when death is staring you in the face. That's why I'm trying to be good now, so I don't be on my deathbed with all these, regrets and fears and like, oh my God, I was a horrible person. So if I've wronged anybody, and that can include anybody up in here, I sincerely apologize, because I never meant to wrong anybody, because that's not the type of person I am. But sometimes people get hurt inadvertently. But I can't think of anybody I've wronged up in this chat or anything, but I'm just apologizing in advance, because I'm not trying to burn in hell. Actually, I don't believe in a fantasy hell with the fire and brimstone, but I do believe there's different levels of hell, and I believe the hells can be experienced on this earth. So I'm not trying to come back in the next lifetime with a hellish existence. But it's not just about my own salvation. It's about, I really want to be a good person because I want to help people. I want to brighten people's lives. I want to, be a source of inspiration for people. I don't want to be a badass. I don't want to be on the dark side. Some people think that shit is cool to be dark sided, be badass and all that stuff. They think it makes them look tough. But at the end of the day, again, when you're on your deathbed and you're facing that end, when you see that light at the end of the tunnel, and they talk about dying alone. If you think about it, we all die alone, even if you got family all around you, because there's matter of fact, I'm gonna do a poll right now. I want to know what how y'all feel about this, because I thought about this the other day and I was gonna post this poll on Patreon, but I was like, maybe it's a bit too morbid. So let me ask y'all this. You know how sometimes there'll be like natural disasters or mass catastrophes where like hundreds or thousands of people die at one time? Would you rather die with a bunch of people or would you rather die by yourself? Meaning, would you rather die like in a mass catastrophe, whether it's a huge fire or an explosion or some bad natural disaster or a plane crash? Or would you rather die on your deathbed by yourself? If you rather die by yourself, press 1. If you would rather go out with a bunch of people with a big bang, press 2. I don't know which one I would rather die by myself, because to me, it creeps me out when the universe does a big reaping like that. Like if it's a plane crash and all 300 people on the plane die, like it's hard for me to wrap my head around shit like that. Because I'd be like, damn, everybody had it coming to them on that plane. Yeah, I think I would rather die alone. Because again, dying with a whole group of people, and then imagine if all those souls, you're like still dealing with these people beyond death, and they're not even your family, but you're seeing them because y'all are all in spirit form at this point, and y'all are all walking around the airplane wreckage and shit, talking about what happened. It's kind of like, remember that movie Beetlejuice, where they had died and they didn't realize they died yet until they went to the what you call it, I forget what they call it, but they had to go to Juno, their caseworker. I love Beetlejuice. But they didn't even realize they had died. And I remember the football player team, they had died in the bus crash. And the black player, he goes to Juno and he's like, coach. They keep calling her coach because they didn't realize that they died yet. But they all died in a bus accident. And he comes into her office and he's like, coach, I don't think we survived that crash. So to me, I think if you die with a whole group of people like that, I'm thinking there's probably a lot of chaos and confusion that's taking place right at the moment of your death, maybe. But I don't know. I don't have the answer to the other side like that. But I just think it's so weird when things like that happen. Or if it's an earthquake and 1,000 people die. What does that really mean? Like, does that mean like every now and again, the earth has to go through this purging where it's like, okay, we got to take out like 2,000 people in one shot because there's just too much going on, or we just need to reap a bunch of souls at one time. Stuff that makes you say, So did anybody press 2? About where you'd rather die with a group of people? Okay, Mirror to Grace said 2 without the bang, though. That's interesting that you would rather die with people. I guess it would create this sense of solidarity. Like we all in this together. But yeah, it's really something to think about. Red Bunny said, yeah, they talk about it in Japan, where the tsunamis happened years ago. There are many, many accounts of people seeing ghosts who died, mostly drowning or hit by debris. And when a bunch of people die in one area like that, like Red Bunny said, there will be ghosts that linger in those areas. There's been spots on roads where people get in an accident at that same spot where an accident occurred years before. And that little part of the road will be like basically considered to be haunted. Shit like that happens. It's deep. But yeah, I don't think there's nobody else that has a question. Let me see. Queen Dardy said, my cousin passed in 9/11. He was the chef at the top of the World Trade Center. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now, see what I mean? All those people that died during 9/11, can you imagine? All those souls, they were probably just walking around trying to figure out what just happened. And again, to me, that means it's just so deep, because it's like, how are you chosen to die with a bunch of people versus dying alone? And what is the purpose of that? Those people that have to die with a bunch of people like that. It's deep. Deep as hell. I think one of my worst fears is the plane crash where everybody's going down. And I shouldn't jinx myself because I'm gonna have to get on a plane next month. But that's a fear right there. Because it's like, yeah, better be nice to the people you're on the plane with, because you never know. You might see their asses in the afterlife. And plane crashes, they always try to act like plane crashes are rare. But if you go through the history of aviation, especially when Pluto was in Sagittarius, there was a lot of plane crashes. Same thing's going to be happening when Pluto gets into Aquarius. That's why I'm taking my vacation before Pluto gets into Aquarius. And even once Pluto gets into Aquarius, I'm still going to fly, but I'm going to be very careful. I'm going to be using my intuition. If my intuition says don't get on that plane, I'm going to be like that dude in Final Destination, and I'm going to get off that damn plane. I don't care who gets mad at me. But with that Pluto in Aquarius, we might see some crazy shit. Planes just falling out the sky, pilots losing consciousness, just dying suddenly. And Pluto in Aquarius, we're going to see much more people dying suddenly as well. That's the epitome of dying suddenly. Oh, Marcus, yes. Marcus, you said, I have 2 questions. Since New Year's, I've been constantly seeing the number 66. Can I get a card pulled to see why this number is stalking me? I've sent 2 cash apps. Thank you, Marcus. 66, that breaks down to 12, and that further breaks down to 3. But let's see what the cards say. Why are you seeing the 66? 6 used to be my favorite number. That's the number of Venus. And when you got 6 and 6, that becomes Jupiter. And Venus is the lesser benefic and Jupiter is the greater benefic. You see how it all ties into numerology too? See that shit? This is what I love about the universe. It's amazing. Okay, so I got the 4 of Cups, which is you seeing these signs. The 6, 66. Your challenge is the 4 of Swords. That's you trying to figure out what it means. And then I got the 5 of Pentacles for the advice, followed by the 7 of Swords. Oh, shoot. You know what this is? Because 6 breaks down to 12, right, Marcus? So the 5 of Pentacles and the 7 of Swords makes a lot of sense, because when you're dealing with that 12 energy, it's basically saying if you're not careful, you could be victimized. You could be taken advantage of. You could be a victim of theft even. Don't leave yourself wide open. Don't give yourself the benefit. Don't give people the benefit of the doubt that you don't know well or that haven't fully earned your trust. So on one hand, 6 is very positive because it's Venus energy. But then when you add 2 6s together, you get 12. Now 12 breaks down to 3, which is Jupiter, which is beneficial. But when you're just dealing with the 12, you got to be careful. That's the number of sacrifice and victimization. And when I see that 5 of Pentacles followed by the 7 of Swords, that gives me cause for concern. That can mean that, somebody might try to get the best of you, or somebody might try to take something that you have, or you just might be in a situation where you're either dealing with a freeloader, or where you're dealing with a situation where somebody's just not being truthful, you might be used or whatever, but definitely keep a close eye on your bank accounts. Keep a close watch over anything that like is password sensitive or password protected. You might want to update your passwords because you might be a victim of a hacker. I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but when I saw that 5 of Pentacles followed by the 7 of Swords, I was just like, ooh, that's some negative energy surrounding you. And that 6-6 is like warning you. It's like heads up, be careful. Don't be caught sleeping. Queen Dardy said they just said there was a plane crash in Nepal, 72 people passed. Oh my God. Oh, wow. See what I'm talking about? And this is what I mean. They be saying, Open 642 said place 66 is USA in cardology. Interesting. What was I going to say? Something I was going to say about the planes. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, these plane crashes aren't as rare as they act like. You know how they be like, well, flying on a plane is the safest mode of transportation. Yeah, that might be true because there's tons of car accidents that happen. But make no mistake, every year there's like several plane crashes where a number of people die. It will be like single engine planes and also these jumbo jets as well. So I say all that to say, always heed your intuition when you're doing anything that could be potentially fatal. And that even includes a plane. So again, if something does, and I noticed this too. I find that the universe, I don't know if anybody else is like this, but I find that the universe communicates with me about what I shouldn't do through mishaps that occur. So for instance, if I'm trying to do something and it's too difficult, or I keep making mistakes and I got to do it over again, sometimes I'd be like, you know what? Maybe this isn't meant to be. Or maybe I need to put this down and then just work on something else because it's not the right time. And usually I'm right, because if I keep on trying to force the issue or just push it out there, even though everything's all screwy, like the energy is off, then a lot of times it doesn't go well, it doesn't work out. So sometimes when things seem more difficult than what they are, it's like your intuition or the universe saying, don't even attempt it right now. It's just the energy's not right. Another thing I wanted to mention, and then I got to get ready and go, is that, and I tell some of my clients this about relocating. Like when you relocate, especially like a long distance, know that the energy is off, or like the energy has been disrupted. So you could relocate and then within a month's time, something major happens, like catastrophic. And you're like, damn. And you might even start to question, like, did I make the wrong decision by moving here? No, you probably didn't make the wrong decision in a lot of situations, but it's just that the energy, it has been disrupted. And you can see it in the transits. So for instance, with a relocation, you'll usually have, a number of transits dealing with that relocation. You'll have a few that's very positive, but then you'll have some that's pointing to challenges. And some of these transits will still be in effect once you have relocated. So you got to understand that the energy is still kind of wonky during that time, which means you got to be extra careful. Case in point, I got into a major car accident shortly after I moved out to Arizona from Pennsylvania. And that's because the energy was still wonky at that time. I was in an unfamiliar place. And, that was the perfect recipe for something like that. Like I lost my car. I drove out from Pennsylvania to Arizona in my car. I had a Honda Accord, and that shit was totaled within a month. Car gone. And I was like, damn. But sometimes you got to give up something to get something in return. And I never regretted relocating to Arizona. I knew once I got here that I was where I needed to be. And my sun ascendant line is running right through Phoenix, Arizona. So I picked the perfect space, a perfect location for me. But with that being said, I got to get out of here. I did enough damage with missing my quota with my exercise and stuff. But like I said, I'm gonna be on it hard today. It's already Sunday where I'm at. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. Ramon, if you're still here, thank you. Thank you again for sponsoring the video. If I missed anybody, let me just put my email in there. Hold up. Here's my email in case I missed any Diggable Planets questions. I think I got all the super chats. Let me just check my email real quick for Cash Apps. And if anybody would like to sponsor a video, you know, just send me an email. There's my email right there. And just let me know you want to sponsor a video. Depending on the content, I will, you know, tell you what fee that you'll have to pay as a donation for the sponsorship. But, you know, this is beneficial on both sides because on one hand, you are basically guaranteeing that you're going to have your video. You're going to get a reading because if money is being exchanged, most definitely I'm going to do a reading for you. I'm going to do that video. So that's a benefit. And then it's a benefit for me because my channel has very limited monetization because YouTube be on me like a hawk. Any chance they can get to demonetize me or limit my monetization, they will. And so the sponsorships really help me. It's helping me to, you know, continue to forge ahead with these videos. It helps me to not have to censor myself so much and all this stuff. So I really appreciate the sponsorships. And again, you know, feel free to sponsor a video. It does take a few weeks for me to get to it because I already have a list of sponsored videos to do. I still got a few more to do. So stay tuned for those. But again, I think it's a beautiful thing that I got people sponsoring these videos because YouTube is not very kind to me at all. All right, and then let me see, I got a super chat, but let me check my email real quick. Oh, Marcus, thank you so much for your generous Cash App. You're so sweet and generous. That's your Leo energy all day. Okay. So I don't see any other Cash Apps. So let me answer your question. Let me see. Divine 19, thank you so much for your super chat. You said, will my Pisces coordinator and I eventually become friends or more? What should I focus my energy on throughout 2023? What happened to you doing a reading about Regina King's son's death? I remember I spoke about her son and his death during a live stream, but I don't think I ever did a full-fledged reading. But, you know, I was just talking about sponsoring videos. So if you really want to see me do like go in hard and deep on it, sponsor a video. I posted my my email in there, so you could send me an email and we could talk about, you know, how much your donation will be for me to for me to do the video on Regina King. And as y'all can see with these sponsored videos, I'm thorough with it. I don't do shit half-assed. So you're definitely going to get your money's worth. You might find you get more than what you paid. Because again, I don't do things half-assed. I'm like very thorough. I make sure I like line it out with my PowerPoints because I know sometimes my voice is a little, you know, muffled or garbled or whatever. And sometimes I stumble over my words. So I have it all laid out in the PowerPoint and all that type of stuff. So yeah, I try to provide quality work. But see, this stuff takes a lot of time and energy. So it's like, compensation is very much appreciated for all the work that I do. All right, so you said, will my Pisces coordinator and I eventually become friends or more? And honestly, too, I have a long list of people to do case studies on and stuff. Oh, shoot, I got to plug in my laptop. But it's so easy for me to get sidetracked and forget. So if money exchanges hands, like once money exchanges hands, oh, it's so easy for me to remember. because I'm like, oh, this person paid. And then next thing you know, I'm putting it in my Excel spreadsheet because I keep every sponsorship on an Excel spreadsheet. So I know, okay, I got to do this person. I got to do that person. I got to do that person. So to guarantee that I'm going to do certain readings, yeah, sponsor it. Marcus, I still got to do your reading that you sponsored. Okay, so I got to stop distracting myself. Will my Pisces coordinator and I eventually become friends or more? Yeah, money talks. Like once money graces my hand, I'd be on it. I'd be like, oh, okay. Now I see you. No, let me stop. I was like, I didn't see you before, but with that, oh, now I see you. That's the Capricorn part of me. I'd be like, huh, what? And then when that money ka-ching, I'd be like, oh, now I hear what you said. Okay. Actually, no, I'm not all about the money like that, but let's be real. Shit costs. I mean, I got to eat too. All right. So you said, well, my Pisces coordinator and I eventually become friends or more. I got the 5 of Cups. And it could mean that y'all become more than friends, but then at some point it's going to sour. And then what's left is the friendship, but that friendship will never be the same again. I see it, Red Bunny. I'll get to Marcus. Thank you. Thank you, Queen Dara D, for mentioning it. I don't see this being good that you are friends with this Pisces coordinator. It's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, you don't want to get too chummy with this person because y'all have this working relationship and things might really turn sour with that 5 of Cups. But it can turn into more, like I said, but I wouldn't recommend it. You said, what should I focus my energy on throughout 2023? Clearing things out the way, because I got the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords. So the Knight of Swords, I always look at it as like clearing out the bullshit, clearing away the mess, making some significant changes in your life, moving forward with certain plans, regardless of who's standing in your way or what else you got going on. And travel. Travel is a major theme whenever you're dealing with any of the Knights. So you might be traveling for a specific purpose, and it could be something that really changes the course of your destiny. Even like when you see that Knight of Swords, know that change is upon you, and change could be occurring before you're even ready. So you got to be more willing to change with the times with that. And that can even mean leaving some people behind, leaving some people in the dust. Also, having a run-in with the law. Be careful driving, Divine 19, because you could get pulled over by a cop. You could get pulled over more than once with that Knight of Swords. Just make sure all your paperwork is up to date, like your insurance registration, because that could definitely happen as well. You might even feel harassed. So remember how I was telling Oro to carry some protection in her car. You should do the same thing. Not so much protection from accidents in your cases, but to keep the police off your ass. Now, you said, what happened to you during a reading about Regina King's son's death? Oh, yeah, I already explained that. So, yeah. But I did talk about her death and the aspects in her chart that dealt with that and everything. I do remember that. All right, Marcus. So let's see where you at. Amir, you said you read that people are more likely to accidentally choke on their own hair in their sleep than a plane crash. Now that seems really rare. Okay, so Marcus, you're somewhere up here. I saw it too. You said something about, here you go. It's under here. Let me see. You said, okay, literally everyone I know have been jabbed up, unfortunately. Do you see anyone around dying suddenly? Oh, Lord, you be asking some hardcore questions, boy. You know, this is starting to really become a major topic. This dying suddenly. It's starting to become more and more common. It's really concerning. All right, let's see. Oh, shit. Oh, Lord. Okay. I do see a sudden death around you. Now, I'm not even seeing who that could be, but I did get a card that is a harbinger of death. I got the 10 of Swords, and that makes me think of, you know, just the jab, period. But it ends with the 3 of Pentacles. But the 3 of Pentacles could deal with a coming together, and it could be like a memorial service or whatever like that. And again, I don't want to, you know, say things that, you know, may not happen or whatever, but you asked about death and dying suddenly. And it's like tarot is making it very plain right now with the 10 of Swords card. And the 10 of Swords doesn't always mean death, but when you're asking about death and the 10 of Swords comes up, then you got to really take that shit seriously. So, yeah. Damn. That shit's crazy. But I hope, so you don't drive, good. All right, good, Divine 19. So, but that can still mean, you know, just watch out. And it can mean that, yeah, drastic changes upon you. And don't be afraid to, you know, kind of go out on a limb and take a chance. Go somewhere you've never been to. Good night, King Jason. Thank you. Love you too. But yeah, Marcus, I hope that helps. But oh damn, you said your father has been jabbed 4 times. Damn. Queen Dardy said the prophecy I saw was to watch the hands that made the product. I followed the Black lady scientists. Damn. But yeah, I hope, you know, it's nobody too close to you, Marcus. But, you know, even with the jabs, I firmly believe that when it's a person's time to go, it's their time to go. Whether it was, you know, foul play or some type of medical malpractice or whatever, I do feel, because honestly, when my grandmother passed, I believe that it was due to the shatas, because she had cancer well before the pandemic, and she went under the chemo and the radiation treatments, and they basically got rid of most of the cancer. And then next thing you know, she goes to get the you know what. And now out of the blue, my grandmother has all these tumors in her lungs. And I think they were even like filling up her throat and stuff. And within weeks, she was gone. And I'm almost certain she's one of the casualties of this whole program that they rolled out. I'm almost certain. Me and my one of my sisters, we believe that wholeheartedly, because the way her condition deteriorated so rapidly, even her doctor, the oncologist, even he was scratching his head, talking about he never seen rapid growth of cancer like that. And it was cancer that wasn't even in the area that she originally had cancer in. So I feel like, you know, I've been personally affected by this whole thing, losing my grandmother. And I know other people have been affected by it too. And from what I heard, this shit it happens rapidly. And that's what happened to my grandmother. I mean, she rapidly deteriorated. It was terrible, terrible. And if it was up to me, she would have never got that shit. But see, you know, it wasn't up to me, because the people that were looking out for her, they believed the hype. They thought it was the right thing to do. But yeah, I'm gonna end it on that note, because I don't want to get all down about my grandmother and stuff. Rest in peace, Grandma. I love you to death. Yeah, it's just that I don't like thinking about it too much, because knowing that she was more than likely one of the casualties, it really hurts. But like I said, I do believe when it's your time to go, it's your time to go, even if you leave under unusual or horrible circumstances. But yeah, it is a 7-year. Marcus said my 28-year-old cousin got jabbed and now he's on high blood pressure medication. Wow. Yeah. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna get on out of here. And again, if anybody, if you happen to post a super chat or whatever right when I'm leaving, here's my email. You could just send me an email and let me know. But I will be back with another video. It probably won't be a live stream. It'll probably be a video I just uploaded. I recently posted a video on my Patreon account. I'm thinking about making that public to YouTube in a few days. I don't know who's going to be interested in it, because I think a lot of people aren't interested in some of the stuff I'm interested in, because I can be a bit of a nerd and a geek sometimes. But yeah, I might be making that video public, because it's dealing with a subject that I like, and I'm fascinated by this person and all this stuff. And they try to make him out to be a dark-sided person, but he really wasn't, in my opinion. So yeah, I might be making that video public after, you know, it spends some time on Patreon. You could consider becoming a patron. I'm gonna put the information in my description section of this video after I get done. I don't even think I monetized this video yet, but they would have demonetized it anyway. But anyway, peace, many blessings. Love y'all. I'm out.